Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana, an endgame nobody wants to miss out. Their duel is probably the most thrilling match of the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Time Challenge in Weissenhaus.
First of all, this is the very first classical tournament Freestyle chess, so there's a lot of prestige on the line. At the same time, there are also huge prizes. They're fighting for a first prize of $60,000. The winner's name will be also engraved in the winner's trophy.
Also at the tournament are the chessboxing champion Refik Latifi and his colleague Denno Probst from Chessboxing Cologne. They are in Weissenhaus to follow the finals and to practice their sport with the grandmasters of chess.
It was of course special for us to meet all the grandmasters of chess here on this event, because it's very unique to see them, to even talk to them after the games, and it's great.
Fabiano Caruana is the perfect player to win freestyle chess due to his strong analyzing skills and curiosity. Magnus, on the other side, is known for his insatiable competitive spirit and dominance in all chess formats. Today, the two grandmasters are playing to a draw. Despite this, Fabiano Caruana remains optimistic about winning the finals.
I think the final could have been anyone at some point. I mean, I was definitely losing the match to Levon and had to come back, and also Magnus was losing the match against Alireza. But I guess that we've shown consistency somewhat, not all the time, but at the critical moments we've probably been the most consistent.
Magnus Carlsen is, however, not an easy opponent and is surely able to surprise Fabiano during the endgame. Stay tuned and find out who the ultimate winner of the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Time Challenge in Weissenhaus will be.
And then Lenny was asking me to... Welcome everyone, and we are back with the final day of the Freestyle Chess Go Challenge. We're in Weissenhaus. We're really excited as just in a few moments, it's going to happen right there. Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana will try to make history here, Peter.
Yes, I can't wait for the grand final to continue. It's already the second day, the decisive day. And it's all about Magnus Carlsen with the white piece against Fabiano Caruana.
The first game ended in a draw. This could be the decisive one to decide the championship, or it might go into playoffs. Peter, what are the chances of this going to the wire?
Well, of course, there are good chances, but when Magnus plays with the white pieces, there we have the results. Exactly, Fabiano Caruana drew with the white pieces yesterday against Magnus Carlsen. Nodibek Abdusattorov drew against Levonoin, but he had a great chance to win. Alireza Filuja played a dramatic game against Gukesh. Finally, he prevailed in a fascinating battle, and Vincent Keimer made it look easy against the world champion Ding Liren. Ding continues to suffer.
And there we have it. I think for Ding, the best news is that it's over today. And he can start afresh, look ahead at his next tournament. Definitely, it's been a tough one for him. Meanwhile, for Gukesh, he needs to strike back as well against Alireza to take it into playoffs. Levon Nodibek, what a fight that was. A really dramatic battle that ended in a draw. Fabi, Magnus, it just feels like when it comes to the classical, Peter, it's hard to decide who's the better player.
Well, they are both extremely strong. We did see Magnus grabbing the initiative, and he had that one incredible moment when suddenly this rook takes e6 out of the blue could have given him quite serious winning chances, but it was missed. The game by itself was played beautifully by Magnus. Yeah, that with black pieces he beautifully outmaneuvered Fabi and grabbed the initiative, but it was not enough.
It wasn't enough, and Peter and I are not enough without our third commentator in the studio. So let's bring in Grandmaster Nicholas. Nicholas, what was your big takeaway from our day one of the finals?
Well, my big takeaway, well, first of all, welcome, and also a great segue, Tanya, let me say that. First of all, welcome from me as well here to the final day of action in the Freestyle Chess Go Challenge. Today, the winner will be decided of the tournament, and my big takeaway from the first day was that you should not rule out Fabiano. He was under some pressure with the white pieces even, but he managed to neutralize Magnus, and today it's a fresh game. Magnus, of course, with the white pieces, he will try to win it right away, but if it goes to the tiebreaks, Tanya, we've seen Fabiano how good he can be in the tiebreaks.
And maybe that extra practice of getting the tiebreaks, playing all different formats in a single day. It was the epic battle that we're referring to between Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana in the semifinals, which was decided in the Armageddon. Fabi has played that format. For Magnus, if it goes into the playoffs, it will be his very first time fighting it. Absolutely agree with Nicholas that Fabi shows that he's here at his very best. Magnus Carlsen, always a favorite on paper, but this is freestyle chess. Fabi in top form, anything can happen.
Yes, and he showed incredible nerves. Yeah, we have seen his heart rate reaching 170. He blundered the rook, then he blundered another rook, and it was still not enough to knock him out of fighting for the winning of this amazing tournament. So yeah, Fabiano with his incredible determination, his will, but the same applies to Magnus Carlsen. We have seen Magnus in difficult situation against Alireza Filuja in the quarterfinals, bouncing back after the loss, and then winning a very tough rapid playoff. So yeah, both of these players have shown that they are very on top chess-wise, but when it comes down to nerves and these final moments of great battle, they are ready to take their chances.
There's a reason they're world number one and world number two. Freestyle chess is taking the chess world by storm. We're loving the love that we've been getting from chat, everyone watching world across. It's for the first time in the history of chess that Fischer Random Freestyle is being played in a classical format. The players love it, the fans love it, we've been really enjoying it. And for those of you who are just joining in the trend, the fascination of freestyle chess, This is how it's done.
The world of chess in a completely new light. At the Freestyle Chess G.O.A.T Challenge 2024, together with Magnus Carlsen, we call it Freestyle Chess, played according to the rules of Chess 960. Chess 960 ensures surprising games from the very first move. Why? Because the arrangement of the chess pieces is drawn at random before the start of each game. In total, there are 960 different starting positions. The pawns remain on the second and seventh row as usual. The arrangement of the pieces on the first and eighth row is random, but symmetrical. The only condition, the king must always stand between the rooks and the bishops on different colors. In Chess 960, players can't rely on memorized openings. They see positions they have never seen before and must invent new strategies from the beginning. Despite being under time pressure, the two-day preliminaries at the Weissenhaus Resort will require swift decisions, being played with rapid time control. In the subsequent elimination round, Chess 960 will be played with classical long thinking time. For the first time in the history of chess, the Super Grandmasters can play highest-level Chess 960 games because we give them the time to do so. Chess in a new dimension, to be experienced at the Weissenhaus Freestyle Chess G.O.A.T Challenge.
Once again, the overview picture, we have had a new position at the start of every single game. The setup, the king needs to be in the center of the two rooks on the side, and then you've got bishops in opposite color complex. Those are the basics of the starting position of any Fischer random game. And Peter, no preparation matters here. The players have no idea what they're going to fight against. It will never be the same position. What do you think is the strategy that Magnus and Fabi have to get into today's final?
Well, Magnus, I think in the classical portion, find his rhythm. Yeah, he really grooved into it, and we have been seeing, yeah, he spent quite a lot of time in the very first moves, and it has served to perfection. Yeah, he always got the kind of position he wanted, and went on to put his will on the opponent. And I think Fabiano will have to be very careful in the very early stage of the game, not to get under Magnus's influence, under his comfort zone, because if Magnus establishes that and he leans backwards on the chair and just enjoys what he is doing, that's very scary.
Do not let Magnus Carlsen get into your head. But Fabi, he's an expert at that. With his experience, the two have played a World Championship match. They've played so many epic battles over the board in online chess. On paper, Magnus still a favorite. He does lead their matchups in all formats, but freestyle, it's a completely different party, Peter, and very difficult to call Magnus a big favorite when it comes to Fischer random chess. And once again, let's remind everyone of the score lines going into this very final day. It's a bit bittersweet. I mean, this tournament's been so fantastic. I can't believe we're at the end of it.
I have the same feelings. I was also kind of sad at breakfast that is it really true? Today going to be seeing the last games. Well, we do hope that it's going to be a long day, because that means that we'll have tons of action, drama all around. First with a little slower classical portion, but it can heat up. But let's take one by one. All eyes on Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces in the classical game. First, Fabiano needs to find the way to get a normal position and then show his great skills to block Magnus Carlsen in the classical portion.
And let's also talk about the format that we've been seeing in the classical of freestyle chess. A best of two today is the final classical game between the players. If there is a tie, immediately after that, the players go into the rapid playoff, which will have a fresh new position once again in every single game. The players will start with 15 minutes and only a 10-second increment on the clock. And it gets even more crazy if that ends in a tie, as we go into absolute madness zone with a blitz, 5 minutes and a 2-second increment eventually. If that's undecided as well, then we've got the Armageddon. No one thought we'd see an Armageddon in Weissenhaus, but we very well did, and it was quite the epic one.
Yes, and this is what you have been waiting for, Tanya. I believe you were shouting it out. I want to see an Armageddon, I want to see an Armageddon. There we had it between Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana. And we might be seeing another Armageddon.
I want to see an Armageddon
today.
and Fabi Magnus.
Okay, high five. Agreed.
Well, we hope that you've got all your refreshments ready. It's going to be a fantastic day of chess. Settle down into your seats, enjoy the show. And it's not only the winner of freestyle chess who gets decided today, Peter.
Yes, wow. All right, yes, so many secrets that we have.
And Peter, while the entries have stopped, we've had some incredible ones. And I know you've been very excited about some of them. Chad, I can't even tell you how much discussion has happened over the rhymes and the bars that you guys have been busting out. And it's been so hard to pick the top three.
Yeah, it was impossible. It was just impossible. Really, there we had also different angles. Yeah, fantastic lyrics, then some amazing audio rap, then some lifetime performance. I would also say by one of the participants, just fantastic. I mean, what an idea, and how grateful we are that all of you guys joined in with so much passion.
And not just our chat joined in, we had Anish joining in, we had Levon joining in as well with a fun rap of his own. What do you think, Peter? Does one and Yerevan, does that rhyme together?
Wow.
And that's what Levon made happen.
Yes, the streets of Yerevan also, yes, I know.
You can only play the Berlin rookie one. I learned it in the streets of Yerevan, something like that.
Yeah, in any case, it was very, very nice. And seeing Levon joining in the party, that's cool.
It was really cool. And Chad, we're still waiting for our drawing of the positions. And I think this is a good time. It's been a tough pick for us. We've had over 150 entries of all of you getting so creative with the freestyle rap challenge and a limited edition freestyle chess playing card signed by the very maestros who are here in Weissenhaus with some artwork by Magnus Carlsen and the Weissenhaus freestyle chess G.O.A.T challenge towel will be coming to one lucky winner. Peter, one lucky winner gets it all. We've got our 3 finalists in front of us. And whoever wins the Freestyle Chess Go Challenge will be picking up the one lucky winner out of these 3 finalists.
Yeah, we were just unable to decide. It was just impossible. We have the 3 names here secretly hidden. We will be shuffling around also as well, just to make sure that we know exactly that, yeah, this is absolutely correct. My heart is already aching for the one of the 2 who is who not going to make it, because they all deserve.
Yes, and I think we are getting our arena ready. In just a few moments, we will have Fiona, and there we are. Let's head over to Jan and Fiona on the stage.
Qualify for the next tournament. That will definitely happen. More to that later after the finals. And so the 5th place also qualifies, so that's very important to stay in. And the 3 Fs, I thought about the 3 Fs, so I forgot the 3rd F. So I don't know. Anyway, so but I thought it was a good idea. So the format. This is the format. So about the format, it not only seems, we know now, we have found the perfect formula for this sport. It's an insane amount of interest, more than 150 million reach to date, which is like crazy. We have all the participation, even with the rap, freestyle rap stuff that you will all see later. Gonna have everything with the show with Tanya. And so with this, I would like to welcome 2 very beautiful ladies, my wife Holly and Miss Angola International, Sarah Teresa. So Holly and I basically have done the whole thing, organizing from start to finish. I'm more in the forefront, she's more in the back. Although I know you want to see her more because she's so beautiful. But this is why, so I'm just stepping aside and let them do their magic with the final, not the final number, but maybe the final number of the day.
Thank you very much, Jan. Welcome, Holly. Welcome, Teresa, Sarah. Holly, you know the drill by now. other way around. Wait. Number 90, yes. It's a tricky number, but number 90 it is. Back to studio. Thank you very much. For our guests here, the players will now get 10 minutes to prepare. So for the players, best of luck. And to our guests, once again, welcome and please have a lovely day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fiona, Teresa, Holly, and this is our position of the final classical game here in Weissenhausen Freestyle Chess. And once again, it just feels like different themes from what we've seen before. We've got the king in the center of the board, the queen at the corner, and notice how the two knights are at the edge of the board as well, while the bishops are together in the center. Peter, every position's a fresh one, but it also feels like very different concepts of development are possible, especially in this one.
Yeah, this is freestyle chess at its best. All these challenges, first of all, White's king is in the center on d1, but he can go simply long castle.
Immediately.
Yes, or whenever feels like the king's position needs to be clarified. The undefended pawns b2, a2. Now let me be the first to highlight those. The same applies, I'm learning from you, Tanya. The pawns b7, a7 are also hanging, so let's just highlight. I can't make moves yet, but I wanted to play g4, for example, and then with the queen from h1, target that b7 pawn immediately, grabbing space. We have been seeing also Magnus using 1g4 already in his earlier game against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. So yeah, very interesting.
The G.O.A.T, we might see that. And Peter, yesterday in the confessional, Magnus said that he was talking to his dad that are there any Fischer random positions where in the starting position, the very first, before you make your very first move, that a side has two undefended squares, has two undefended pawns, and he was trying to discuss this out with Henrik. And here we have it.
Yes.
Right here. The b2 and the a2 pawn, the two pawns on the queen side, the flank pawns. And we haven't seen this concept before where two connected pawns are undefended in freestyle chess. So definitely something that can come under attack immediately. You were talking about perhaps another G.O.A.T on the board with 1g4 immediately targeting one of the undefended pawns. Nicholas, Magnus was wondering about whether any position in freestyle chess with two unguarded pawns is possible. We have it on the board. What do you make of it?
Actually, just before you were mentioning it, I was also wondering what is the maximum amount of unprotected pawns in the beginning position? And maybe it is 2 after all. 3 is probably difficult, but we do have 2 here on a7 and b7, a2 and b2. And that's always something to watch out for, because in a standard chess position we don't have any unprotected pawns. So Peter was already highlighting a move like g4 makes a lot of sense to open up the queen, immediately hit this pawn on b7. And another point that we were talking about is that Black could castle on the first move already to protect the pawn on b7. So quite some interesting dynamics. We're also getting some audio from the players who are analyzing this position right now. So we might be switching over there. But yes, very interesting. The knights are here both on the queen side. We haven't seen this before. And the queen once again in the corner. Queen is the most important piece, most powerful piece in chess. So you want to involve it as well. So g4 definitely a possibility in the first move. Peter?
Yes, very much in Magnus' style. Now g4 makes so much sense, and we have the camera angle again.
There we go.
The famous team, yeah, of Vincent, Fabiano, and Nodirbek joining forces.
They set up a council here. Every game before the start, they start analyzing together. And I can bet Magnus is by himself, Peter.
Yeah, for sure, and it served him also very well.
Oh, but also d6, bishop
I think
c6
it also makes a lot of sense. It's two completely different
Knight
approaches. The players, this is more like a social gathering, yeah, just calming down your nerves.
It feels dangerous, right?
I don't think that you can figure out anything significant, but you get some feeling from other players as well.
Or wait,
No, but symmetry could end badly, right? Let's see.
I think they're looking at
let's see.
1c4.
Because I want to play.
C4?
Yes.
Well, first of all, d6, bishop c6 is a natural development as well.
Yeah, but maybe g4, yeah, or no?
Can we start with d6?
Yeah, that's what I would like. Okay, d4 and now what?
So d4, yeah?
I mean, it's only move, right? Everything else very good. Okay, G.
Wait, d4? D4 is so scary for it, right? Ah, maybe not so
No,
scary.
well, I mean, I think we are in huge trouble already.
Yeah, maybe scary for black. Okay. Okay, so what's wrong with the symmetry?
Yeah, so G push, right?
G4 or G3?
I don't know. No, yeah, G4, I think. Yeah, alright. Yeah, no, okay, white could use this D3 idea, right? Then I guess we can.
Wait, do we have this? Take bishop a4. Just knight c2, the queen always has.
b3, queen a7.
Oh, b3, yeah, a7 also has. I'm not so terrified here.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I'm not extremely happy, but we're okay, I think.
Okay, yeah, it looks fine. Actually.
Looks solid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are kind of
D4.
okay.
Yeah, d4 is actually...
G5, what's the move?
The castle long?
Knight b3 also.
Actually, d4 is maybe...
Oh yeah, we should surely focus on d4, yeah?
Because, okay, d5, we're scared. I don't know if we're scared, but why are we scared?
Yeah,
No, we are.
Because c4 can take knight b6 and develop quickly.
Okay, if g4, go
Knight b6.
c6,
Not castle. Why don't the castle?
yeah, it's also c4. Take.
This is wrong.
No, this is
Yeah.
very rare. No, but why don't d4, d5?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
it's fine.
No, the only thing is something like g4.
Yeah, g4. I don't know if
Castle,
we need to
knight
castle
b6.
on. Knight b6 I like. I'm not sure if we have
This
to
is too
castle.
slow, yeah?
b3 followed by c4, or what's the...
Yeah, just b3 and then like a4,
Like,
c4.
can we also develop this way? Because now you move
I
in his
push
knights.
a4.
Yeah, a4.
How do
Okay.
we...
No,
I don't know, is that a big deal? Yes. Also c5 here? Yeah.
Yeah, it's...
Okay.
And actually, wait, d5 knight b3, what do we play?
Well, not knight b6.
Yeah.
no, you can play one castle.
Yeah, actually, that's true.
But I don't like knight on a5, I'm not sure.
Yeah, you can exchange.
But knight c6 gets out, yeah.
Maybe it's time to develop the queen in that case. At least we stop any knight jumps for now.
Yeah, I mean, we can also, it's true, yeah, we can just play it. Okay, so basically it's symmetry always, yeah?
But I'd like to stay flexible. I don't know, because I'm thinking there are times when we'll castle short.
No, maybe it's
I mean, like bishop h6, then this
somewhere
move,
waiting
and then
by
castle
F4,
short
maybe.
f4 here, or what?
No, just b3.
Okay, now knight b6 should be.
E4, you're not
E4?
wrong.
I don't know. And white will waste a huge amount of time in this position.
Okay, but also there's something that you can play g3 first also, no?
I'm still happy with bishop h6.
F4?
I don't know. Because
Yeah, f4, e4. Yeah.
F4, E4? I think we are... Okay, if we have to castle anyway, then...
We
I'm
can
not
also
sure.
play f5, yes.
Oh yeah, you're sure about G6, like maybe we also want G5?
g5, yeah.
Like I think we have to, we'll never be able to really castle short. That's
so
my
in
feeling.
this position you want to castle. Wait,
Okay,
what's
I
it like?
think I'm not even sure that I want knight B6 actually, yeah?
What do you want to play? Knight b6?
Yeah, or long castle, right? I don't know.
Okay, knight c3. Knight c6.
Good afternoon and welcome to match day 2
Just
of the
copy,
finals. We will
We can
start
also
Somewhere E4.
can
yeah?
also
copy
castle
forever.
castle long.
Just-
But I'm not sure, like,
end of
what do we do?
But this knight is very weird here because now we do have these ideas like e5 and there's
Okay,
no.
but let's say...
f4, yes.
Okay, but long castle? Oh no, okay, G3. Yeah, G3. Oh, yeah,
Okay,
G3,
long
yeah.
castle, long castle. No.
We should
Okay, g3, long castle.
castle.
Because e4 with the bishop coming to c6 is a bit.
Yeah, should be fine.
Yeah, should be.
We
Okay.
just copy.
And knight a5, knight c6, we can always trade off his knight if we want.
And long castle we go... What?
The e5 already.
And bishop f5, e4, some chaos or probably
E5, you sure we can do it? Take?
take.
F4? No, we are very bad.
You think so?
No, but
I don't believe we're bad.
queen is recheck. Should be to queen
Also
e7.
some bishop G2.
E4 bad.
F4.
Dear players,
Like
please
it's
take your seat. We will
like
start
already
in
better
1
with
minute.
No, I'm very worried actually.
Okay, we have
You want
problem.
e4?
Well,
Yes,
the
yes.
pawn is hanging, right?
Yeah, like...
Yeah, we can play c6.
But some E4 then?
Okay, it has to be
You are
calculated.
not playing for advantage there, no? Do you?
Maybe bishop
Why?
g7.
No, bishop g7, yeah, it's also.
Okay, but pawn is hanging, right?
I'm not at bishop. You won't take bishop d5. Bishop d5.
But yeah,
Yeah,
but it's weird, yeah?
It's time for the players to get ready. Peter, they had their 10 minutes of discussion, and this time is so much about just understanding the overall aspects of the position, even more so than coming from the decision of what is going to be your first move on the board.
Well, actually, it was a lovely camera angle. Yeah, we have seen everything what the players discussed, and we have seen that those 10 minutes are enough for absolutely nothing. Yeah, the players have only discussed c4 and d4. They were not even sure there what to do. Imagine you spend 10 minutes trying to figure out those little ideas, trying to make sense. We have been seeing they are developing their knights on the queen sides with knight b3, knight c3, d4, and so on. And then your opponent goes with a completely different first move, and you have to forget everything that you discussed there and start to think at the very beginning, while your opponent had already been making up his mind. c4, all right, so one c4 we already see Levon Aronian against Nodibek Abdusattorov, so Nodibek at least has some feeling for it. We see Gukesh going for d4, but Alireza was not part of that group, so we don't even know if he has been focusing on it. And Magnus Carlsen and Dinglen both taking their time for their first moves.
And this has been the classic Magnus strategy throughout this tournament. He, one, is usually by himself at the start of the game, trying to take all these different concepts in, understand the position for himself without really interacting with others. And then he slows down. He really takes his time for the first 5 moves. We've seen him burn even up to about 45 minutes in just the first 5 moves. And Magnus not making a decision yet. So we see one c4, we see one d4, and another d4 on the board. Dinglen has made his decision as well. And these were the ideas that Nodibek, Vincent, and Fabi were discussing. And it was also fascinating that Fabi starts with the black pieces, but he was analyzing with white.
Yes, it's always, I think, a good idea just to get a feeling like how you would approach the game from the white side. But kind of very tricky. If, for example, Fabiano would have been working alone against Magnus, wouldn't be one g4 the very first question that you ask against Magnus Carlsen after knowing that he has already played one g4 in one of his games, and they did not touch the g-pawns almost at all. Yeah, at some point g3 or g4 appeared with the idea of targeting the d5 pawn, but not at the beginning. That was kind of really surprising for me. We do see that white hasn't touched the g-pawn yet. By the way, Magnus goes for g4. Alireza has done it with black, d4, g5. Magnus says, you know what, I'm gonna go g4. Not a surprise at all for us, because this is the Magnus spirit.
It's the grub, it's on the board again. Magnus will definitely have that on his score sheet for the second time in the Fischer Random Freestyle Chess. We've got one g4 by Magnus, 2 different positions with a similar approach, and this time it comes with a threat in one, a very deadly b7 capture on the board that needs to be dealt by Fabi. And yes, Peter, what you said, that at least it should have been touched upon. Magnus has done this before, but when we saw them analyzing, this was not on their radar. And I just felt that they were not taking this move seriously. And I wonder if that's because it falls into Black's idea of anyway developing pieces.
Yes, but we have been seeing that the players actually wanted to occupy the center with d5 and getting ready for long castle. Now with the queen on h1 covering the d5 square, yeah, that's also one of the main ideas of going g4, yeah, that we stop d5. Yeah, one could argue that black if goes long castle. Let's just highlight this queen side castle, long castle. Just refresh, please. Yeah, first. We already know this trick. Now it should work. Yes, a long castle, and then thanks to the rook on d8, you might be able to push d5. That's kind of a logical strategy, but white can reinforce the pressure with bishop g2 on the long diagonal. Forcing some c6 or knight c6, it's already a very tough question. I believe it will be perfectly justified by Fabiano to spend quite a lot of time, because knight c6 can maybe be met by b4. Who knows what on earth is going on. And the social gathering, yeah, when you have 3 players The trick is that how can Fabi tell Vincent and Noribek that, you know guys, I'm playing against Magnus, that's the grand final, that's the most important game, so I want to focus on G4. It just doesn't work, yeah, because you want to share everything with your other participants.
I also think Fabi enjoys that. I think Fabi enjoys to just sort of calm his mind, get these different ideas, different perspectives from different players, because of course there's an opportunity for Fabi to sit elsewhere just with the board by himself. But it's been working really well for him so far in the tournament. He feels good getting into the game, having these different ideas in his head. But 1G4 was not something on his radar. Nicholas, queen takes pawn is the threat. We're looking at different ways for black to defend it. What is the right way forward?
The right way forward, Tadia. It's not so clear to me. It's not so clear for the engine either. The first suggestion is long castle here to protect the pawn on b7. But as Peter was saying, you could increase the pressure with bishop g2, hit the pawn again. It's actually threatening checkmate right now. Bishop takes b7. And you can maybe even continue with a move like b4 here right away. Very direct, very aggressive play, but why actually not? b4, b5 to push this knight away. If it goes to a5, you can play knight to b3, and actually the engine is quite liking this already. So what am I supposed to do here instead? I'm supposed to play c6, but this is not a move you're happy to play to. Now this knight doesn't have a natural development square. But on the other hand, you can get d5 in because you stabilize, you prepare d5. And I'd be curious now what happens after, let's say, c4. And now maybe you can play in the center with e5. And it could be that they were maybe discussing g4 at the very beginning when we didn't have them on camera yet. And for whatever reason we didn't see, they did not go into it so much, because it was the first move that came to Peter's mind. It was also the first move that came to my mind, because you want to open up this queen and immediately you create a threat. You play in the center, and we see c6 by Fabi, immediately this move to stop the threat and to prepare d5. What do we make of this, Peter?
Well, first of all, to think about what I had in mind from the very beginning, when g4, yeah, it hits the b7 pawn, but one thing that I want to mention that hit my eyes immediately, that black will, of course, first had to deal with the b7 weakness, but in general, black has the idea of going g5, also targeting the pawn on b2, and if white does something with that pawn, to hit white with a very quick h5, challenging that g4 pawn, and if white usually reacts to h5 with an h3 move, then we might be able to trade queens. That's kind of my very first defensive resource that I see in the position, and one has to kind of think about. So I'm pretty sure that Magnus will find a way to avoid that. Also, one very interesting thing, the reason why Fabiano did not castle long, we have heard it in the analysis, that he is somewhere hoping to play some g6, get that bishop out, then if this bishop develops, he was plotting somewhere some short castle. And yeah, Magnus going for long castle, making sure that the pawn on b2, this is a prophylactic move, because after g5, the pawn on b2 is already guarded by the king, and he will be the one who, if once, can start adventures on h4, and then he will have this tension and the decision whether he trades on g5 or he just wants to keep the status quo there. Tanya, what do you make of this?
Really interesting stuff that Magnus has already committed to his king on the queen side. So very possible that we might be seeing a flank attack develop at some point if we do get the opposite side castle that Fabi was alluding to earlier. But he's got to clear up quite a few pieces before doing just that. And right now, Peter, you've been highlighting two ways of getting this bishop out, g6, g5, and I think both have their own trumps in the position. Because once you commit to g5 and get your bishop out on g7, yes, you're attacking b2, but you're also putting your queen boxed up, and white might be the first one to strike once this b2 pawn is defended, either with knight c3, though I'm always watching out for ideas of b5, or with the move c3. I really like the approach of actually just going one step with the g pawn, getting your bishop into g7, and then just making sure that white is at least not breaking up and opening up on the h file. I just think it's a really complex position. It's hard to say. The one thing that I feel is very clear is that the move that felt very natural neither side wants to really make it because of the B pawn moving up the board and the B7 or the B2 being a big weakness. So C6 is an approach by the players to counter that, and Magnus immediately decides to get his king to safety. G6 is a move that I would want to make in this position, eventually get my knight out. Again, where do you go? I want to go to B6 because I'm also eyeing the C7 square for my other knight now that the pawn is on C6. Eventually get D5 in, bishop D7, bishop G7, and try to achieve the king on the queen side. But what happens to this queen in those cases, Peter?
Yes, that's why I somehow feel that G5 is maybe more natural, because even if you play H4, I play H6, then somewhere I feel that thanks to this that I provoked H4, you also have something to worry about, yeah? But this is very delicate matter. We don't know exactly how it will work out. One thing I want to highlight, however, that the move C7, C6 is surprising me. For which reason? Because to my eyes it looked more natural what Nicholas already showed, that after G4 to first play long castle and wait for white to put pressure on the B7 pawn, and once you place the bishop on G2 and queen on H1, then to play the move C6. Because we don't really see, with the pawn on C6, we don't see any realistic chances what Fabi was highlighting, that maybe somewhere he can castle because the pawn is already committed to C6. This looked to me somehow more natural. C6 is a bit of a slow move, and we have
G5
development.
on the board.
G5 on the board, yeah, it had to be played. I believe this is natural. But I'm loving Magnus's position. It feels like with this extra one tempo and that he already castled and provoked C6, he made some step forward.
All right, and early days in this one, just on move 2 right now, and already promising to have a pawn break at some point. And we do have the score sheet. Let's zoom into that. We see Magnus still has some catching up to do with the moves, because we had G4, C6, and I think it's a shot from slightly earlier,
exactly.
Peter. Do you read the Grob anywhere in the opening?
No, it's a Polish opening. He wrote down. What is it Polish?
Wow. Okay, Magnus knows his stuff, yeah? What kind of names he's coming up with?
That's Magnus Carlsen's score sheet from his current game, and he marks this as the Polish opening. Nicholas, G5 on the board. White wants to break on the H-file. Black wants to break on the H-file. What are the dynamics developing with this mirror chess that we're seeing from the players?
Yeah, that's a good question, whether White wants to go H4 or maybe allow Black to go H5. And actually, interestingly here, no matter what the engine suggests, it wants to see H5 happening next. So for example, knight B3 makes a lot of sense to involve this knight. And now H5. For some reason, the computer would like to see F3, but this is not a move that a human would ever play. And also now it's maybe changing its mind. But it is really the question how to respond to it. You don't want to take because the queen gets more active. You end up with a isolated pawn here on H2. But then if you don't take, just allowing Black to take also seems strange. But if you go H3 at any point, Black can maybe trade queens, alleviate some or trade some material, simplify the position a little bit. So interesting moment here. What happens if Magnus maybe goes H4 himself? This also looks quite natural to my eyes, to first pose these exact same questions to Black, to Fabiano. And actually I would expect H4 here. What do you think, Peter?
Yeah, H4 is very natural. On the other hand, yeah, Magnus is taking his time. By the way, he is not even sitting at the table, so we don't know exactly. He's probably in the restroom. But yeah, those are very big questions. It's very easy for us to highlight that, yes, we go H4. But I do feel that with the white pieces, you want to stop H5 because we want to keep the tension. Yeah, we want to be the one who decides when we trade, if we trade on our terms or not to get into any kind of pressure after H5.
All right, he's back on the board, and as he goes into a think about how to respond to G5, does Magnus continue with development, or will he be the first one to strike on the king side? We will zoom out because we're getting moves in on our other boards as well. And there has been a lot of development in the Levon Nordebek board. That's our extreme left. And we see that White has managed to fianchetto the bishop. Black has managed to get his own bishop out on the open diagonal. So quite a lot of development in that one. And Peter, meanwhile, on that extreme right board, it is indeed copycat chess. We see d4, d5, the two knights have stepped forward. And we often feel that when that happens in freestyle chess, the side with that one extra move advantage is the first to get a break in, and it could go into Ding's favor. But early days, Vincent for now developing, Ding for now developing. Meanwhile, on the Gukesh board, Gukesh has to win against Ali Reza. He does keep a more cautious approach with the pawn moving to g3 and not g4. But I say we deep dive into the Levon Nodebek. We've had maximum number of moves on that one, and we can take it from the top.
But hang on, something catches my eyes that with g5, well, in Gukesh Ali Reza position, g5 isn't targeting the d4 pawn. Why is this pawn not hanging? Can we just get the big position
Let's do it.
Just to, because this is something of a very special. Wow, yes, because white has castled, the position was not yet updated, yeah, because I was no way the d4 pawn can be hanging. Just a very quick reminder, yeah, so there was some technical issue there, certainly, yeah, because d4, g5, let's just highlight black's queen from h8 targets that d4 pawn instantly. So clearly white has played the move long castle, protecting the d4 pawn, and after d5, g3, long castle, e4, e6, nice to see. This looks like a completely different position than what we have just seen there. So it was very good that we focused on this to clarify the situation. This is some kind of a French defense, right? The e4, d4, the winner were knight c3, but the queen from h1 is already keeping an eye on d5 pawn. And let's just highlight that if some d takes e4 happens, then white will be very happy developing that queen from the corner and getting the upper hand.
And the French bishop will not be really a French bishop, because often it's the piece on c8 blocked by his own pawns, but here we already see it also being able to be active really quickly from the c6 square. Peter, should we go back to the Nodebek Levon board? Also an interesting position there on our current live board. And wow, a decision has been made. Maybe we can take it from the top in this one.
Yes, I would like to hand the floor to Nicholas. Nicholas, take it away.
All right, sure. So we saw c4 here, a move that Nodebek and Vincent and Fabiano also discussed briefly, but they weren't so afraid about it. I don't think, though, that they discussed the move g5, Peter.
Yeah,
they were looking at
c4,
c5,
yes.
right? They were looking at c5. All right, so g5, Nodebek thought about this on the board. The typical move here, opening the queen, hitting this pawn on b2. So we see the idea for Levon. He develops this knight, but behind the pawn. So this is more harmonious, stopping the threat against the pawn. Now Nodebek played d6 to open up the bishop, I assume. And now g3. At some point, you have to involve the most powerful piece in the game. Queen takes b7 as a threat. We see also the idea behind d6. Bishop c6, hitting the queen. Bishop g2. And knight to b6. The knight is developed. The tension is kept for now. d3. White keeps developing, also protecting this pawn on c4. That makes a lot of sense. And now the bishops were traded. Bishop takes, queen takes. And, excuse me, knight c6 was the last move. Now, Levon, it's his move. And let's take a look. The bishops were traded. Well, you could actually here you could go for short castle. You could play a move like bishop d2, and let's say black does something, whatever, e6. No, you could go for short castle on this one, and would be somewhat of an English structure. At least this is what it reminds me of. So this would be one idea, or you could play quite aggressively with this move again, b4. To push this knight away, and if this knight moves, let's say if this takes here, then you can come in with the queen. Almost made it. Queen takes b7, and the active queen would be quite an issue for black. So either play it calm with bishop d2 or go for b4. And I was just going to say, knowing Levon, he will play b4. Unfortunately, he played it before I could say it, so that really takes away from it. But he did do it, and I like it. Tanya.
I love it. You know, we want to see this move on the board. b4. It's something that we did allude to. If in these setups the knight comes to c6 to defend the b7 pawn, you have to watch out for these ideas. It's not even a pawn sacrifice. As Nicholas pointed out, the b7 pawn is hanging immediately if black was to recapture. Plus, you have a really nice threat. The one idea that I think Fabi and gang were talking about earlier was at some point the white knight also landing to a5 in many positions. And I think that's something that black in these structures in all the games has to watch out for. Once this knight is being kicked out and the white knight gets to the a5 square, we're looking at already really big ideas on the b7 pawn. You can defend it once, but that knight from a5 will also threaten it. I want to see b4 on the board, and I feel it's also in Levon's style to play this move.
Well, to my eyes, actually, Nodiabek is already in a very dangerous position. It's the evaluation bar is screaming that white is clearly better. I would not really read too much into evaluation bar if I would not agree with his assessment. And my feeling is also that this opening had heavily favored Levon. Let's just go back to the very first move, c4. There was this debate. We were even surprised that the players, Fabiano, Nodiabek and Vincent first were discussing the move c4 like, wow, isn't g4 more natural, was our first instinct. But then we have also seen them calming down that, okay, c4, c5 is very natural. Afterwards, like white is developing the knight to c3, we can also develop the knight to c6. So it's kind of overruling the judgment of the council, yeah, by Nodiabek, by suddenly, I think he was, because he followed it up with d6, and there was this moment when Fabiano was saying that, you know what, maybe d6 is kind of clever in order to have this bishop c6 idea. And then it was Vincent who said that, no, but then white can play d4, occupy the center, and then they agreed that, this is probably dangerous. So Nodiabek was somehow having this d6 idea in mind, and then he tried to be super smart by going g5, stopping any kind of d4s, and after knight c3, he plays d6. But white is going for the g3, bishop c6, bishop g2, not being fooled by the fact that, yes, we are trading the light square bishop, and so what? White gets perfect harmony after knight b6 takes, knight c6, b4 on the board, and take a look at Nodiabek's position, the way how he's focused. It might be too late, and it's all about the fight for third place. It's a very scary situation.
And very early on in the game as well, he's also burnt more time than Levon has, and he's got a big question to answer. There's already a lot of pressure on the queen side, what might have appeared to be a natural course of development for the knights. And this is what freestyle chess is about. Natural is never the answer. You see, suddenly it's all coming under fire. Peter, let's try and look into what actually happens if black does go pawn hunting. Is this as strong for white as it visually appears to be? Because I'm also looking at ideas of how black can perhaps get his king to safety on the other side of the board.
But be careful, because the knight on b4 will be trapped, yeah? a3 is a big threat.
Yeah, and I was thinking about the knight jumping, but a3 is even simpler.
Yeah, then okay, with bishop g7 you are actually setting up the defense. a3, knight a2.
Whoa.
Knight takes a2, bishop a1. And we have Magnus.
I'm a little bit confused. It seems to me that my position is already like considerably better. So I control the captures on the king side. Like I can decide whether to open the h file, and I think also his first move c6 was really confusing to me, since it seems to me that it's unnecessary and weakening. Maybe he was afraid of immediate long castle, thinking that I was going to launch some kind of queen-sided attack, or should I say like A-side attack, as you say, or C-side, whatever, as you say in freestyle chess. But yeah, c6 just seemed passive to me, and now it feels like I'm ahead in the center. I have more space, so also my queen has more scope. His king is not going to feel like extremely comfortable on the queen side when he castles. The other side is very hard to castle to, and I cannot see like serious counterplay for him. If he takes on h4. I think I always have f4 and developing an initiative. So I'm very optimistic.
Usually it's Levon who's very optimistic about his position. Magnus always comes in and talks about pawn sacrifices, playing for the initiative, but he's saying he's very happy after the first two moves. And Peter, we were discussing about this h4 break, and that's what I had felt, that after g5 you are allowing white to also step in earlier on. Magnus goes directly for it. Break it down for us. What is he talking about? Why is he so happy with the position and this idea of f4 that he mentioned eventually?
So, we had some disagreement with Ding. He felt that c4 is very risky. But I don't know. It seemed to me like the right move. Actually, once I played c4, I thought about it. I thought maybe the precise way to do it was through g3 first, forcing knight to c6 and then going c4. But generally it feels like very natural, you know, trying to play in English. I was mainly, after I played c4 and thought for a while, I was mainly unhappy that I allow him to play c5 and just copy. So yes, maybe after first move g3 and then c4, white is slightly better because I get the early start. But generally I feel that this should be the right plan. But you cannot trust me too much, because last time I was totally sure, once we were discussing with Fabio, I was totally sure that d4 is the best move. It turned out to be a really bad move. And I'm surprised also that so many people played g5 actually. That's very surprising. I think committing so early with the structure and the king's position, it's a bit risky. So far, I think my position is one of the best looking ones, but I also had a good position yesterday, which I managed to spoil in a couple of moves, so I will not jump to conclusions and try to play better today than I did yesterday.
Levon there, happy with his position, but choosing his words wisely in this one. And he's saying that he has to prove it, but he's also quite pleased with the opening outcome. But first, let's jump to the Magnus confessional that we had, Peter.
Exactly, and you also asked me that where did Magnus say about this f2, f4 move? And to answer your question, yeah, he did mention that whenever black captures on h4, he's not intending to recapture it automatically with the queen, but he's very much looking forward to some f4 move, which indicates that he would be extremely happy to capture that pawn back with the bishop. And look at that bishop from h4 would be hitting the king on d8. Clearly the black king will not stay there for too long, but this bishop on h4 is a very special piece, because even if black was to castle long or short, how you want to put it, queenside, it's also not true, because black's queen is on h8. For those who are not familiar with chess terms, yeah, anytime we talk about castle which is involving the A, B, C and D files, this is the queenside castle, the long castle. The bishop from h4 will hit the pawn on e7 and will make it very difficult for black to develop that bishop, because then the pawn on e7 will be extremely vulnerable. But clearly Fabiano has no intention of spoiling his pawn structure. He knows, he feels that he's under pressure, that's absolutely sure. And he decides to stay as solid as possible, first with the move d7, d5, just to put some foot in the center, yeah, that he hasn't developed the knights yet, but he wants to. But I understand Magnus's optimism. This looks like a dream come true, and we are talking about the finals. If he manages to create really something going, it can eventually help him grab the title.
Absolutely. And you were mentioning that Fabi really wants to avoid taking on h4. Can't Magnus actually force the matters by doubling down on this g-pawn? A developing move like bishop d2, and I have a threat. I don't know how happy you are playing a move like f6, Peter. Making committal pawn moves, you're also blocking down the path to the queen. The idea is that I take next. If it's white's move, you take. I will deflect your rook from g8 and I'm winning the pawn. I really want to force you to capture to try to get a free hand in the center. But perhaps in this particular case, black will not be too unhappy to go for g takes h4, because after this you're at least not having as much of a free hand with d5 controlling the e4 square.
But I'm a strategist. Yeah, G takes h4. My heart is aching. Yeah, whenever we are talking about something like so, maybe move like queen f6. Yeah, just to get some stability. But on the other hand, the queen is getting very vulnerable. Yeah, some quick knight c3, e4. Who knows? Yeah, you can bust open the center. Very scary position for black. By the way, Magnus opts for e4 instantly.
Wow.
He wants to go after Fabiano's white has already castled.
Can I just point out visually d4, e4, g4, h4 and all the pieces on the first rank. This is just some crazy chess going on the board, and Magnus is targeting the black king, which can castle, but I don't believe it will feel too safe on the queen side either, especially with a lot of heavy pieces still far away from the king, and Magnus striking in the center. Notice how he opens up all the diagonals for the bishop but isn't committing them to one of them. He keeps the flexibility going. He strikes first in the flank, asking a question, then in the center. I think Fabi should be scared right now, Nicholas. What's going on?
Just a second before we hand it over to Nicholas. I'm really afraid that we might be seeing some miniature knockout blow. Please, Nicholas, answer this question. Do you also fear as much as we do?
I think we're all fearing for Fabi right now as he castles to support the pawn on d5. But we shouldn't forget Fabi is the #2 in the world, and he's a amazing chess player, and with also a lot of tenacity and resourcefulness, and we shall see if he can defend this. Of course, this is very different from the standard chess that we're used to, where you have some familiar structures, and we have seen the absolute top players here losing under 20 moves, for example Vincent against Levon earlier in the quarterfinals. So castle has been played, the pawn is defended on d5. And now knight c3 looks very logical to me, to develop the knight and put more pressure on the pawn on d5. And, well, black can go e6 to stabilize in the center, but you're just very passive. White has more space, can play on the king side, can play in the center, and play definitely flows more natural. Maybe the bishop comes to d2, knight to b3. And this looks very nice for white. Yes, Tanya?
Well, Magnus has played knight b3.
We have a move on the board, knight b3
Okay, that's what you... Okay, knight b3. Well, also makes sense. If you bring this knight into the game first, or this knight, it doesn't really change much. And yeah, the question is, where can Fabi create play, maybe create chances himself? But I think for now, he just needs to stabilize and hold everything together.
Yeah.
Look at the way Magnus is sitting. He was just enjoying opening the bottle. He's drinking his water. He revealed that he thinks his position is very good, and there is no argument against it. Yeah, I just don't see. Let me highlight those bishops. Bishop e8, bishop g7, bishop f8. They don't go anywhere with the move knight b3. Magnus probably felt like, just in case I even want to leave the option of going bishop a5 before committing the knight to c3. Clearly, knight c3 would be the next routine move. This is super scary, and not only scary if the position is bad. One of the things that we are discussing with the players, that so far in this tournament we have been seeing that whoever grabs the initiative beautifully with very energetic, very precise play goes on to win, because it's so difficult to find defensive resources. Yeah? Everything comes natural for the side who has to attack.
It's so much easier to play moves from white over here. You're putting the pressure, your pieces are coming out, the knight from b1, the bishop coming in, attacking that g5 pawn. Fabi is in big trouble right from the opening. Meanwhile, their heart rates are pretty stable. Slightly surprising to me, because as black, I would be sweating in this position already, not finding the right squares for the pieces. There's pressure on the king side, on the g5 pawn that you've highlighted. There's pressure on d5, that knight when it comes to c3 will double down on d5. That bishop when it lands on d2 will double down on g5. For Fabi, meanwhile, where does he look for the counterplay? Like you said, as a strategist, this is against your principles. How else are you breaking down this position? How do you actually achieve play from black here?
Yeah, well, that's the problem, because we...
One idea. Can you actually start thinking about taking on h4, and trying to break with h5.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
not even. No, I am threatening to take with the pawn.
yeah, okay, but also the natural move here is g5, and it's not clear what do you really achieve with the pawn on h5. It will be vulnerable. Besides, white is also getting the chance to go bishop h3 check next.
Scary.
Very scary, but everything is scary. Okay, I don't want to touch. No, I definitely don't want to touch. But if you ask me what do I want, the answer is I have no idea, because reinforcing the d5 pawn with e6 will end up with that bishop being completely shut out.
So
The bishop g7 move does absolutely nothing because d4 pawn is well guarded already. Yes, it would be very natural to start developing the knight somehow, but yes, the knight can go to b6. But where is this knight going? The colleague cannot be developed because knight a6 can be even met by bishop takes a6, destroying the pawn structure.
That's not a strategist move either.
No.
Knight to a6 doesn't feel like it. Peter, I know you hate it, but I'm going to insist one more time. I go pawn hunting. How do you kill black here?
Well,
this needs to be responded to.
Yeah, but first of all, after g takes h4, we can just follow in Magnus's shoes.
We do have a move though. He is completely with you. Fabi doesn't even want to touch the g-pawn. He doesn't want to think about pawns destroying his pawn structure. He needs to get his pieces into the game. And Peter, just to finish your point, you were saying you don't need to go quickly for h4.
Just follow Magnus. Yeah, he already revealed us g takes h4, f4, and he puts the pressure, and then the bishop can capture on h4, the queen still guards the e4 pawn. It's just such a committal move that unless g takes h4 wins or solves the problems on the spot, yeah, and we see Magnus immediately playing the move knight c3. And the reason, look at the clocks, Magnus did spend quite a lot of time, 20 minutes for his first couple of moves, but now his situation is so clear that he can speed up, and the clock doesn't mean anything. Important that he established the control of the position.
Magnus Carlsen in control. Fabi has to spend his time here. Not an easy position to respond to. Let's zoom out for a moment, bring up our bird's eye view and check in with the action that's on the other boards. Levon, he is incrementally keeping up the pressure on that left side of our screen. We see b5 has happened on the board. Black's rook tied down to defense on b7, and with that he loses the right to castle, at least one castle.
Yes, that's a big step forward. I think we should not be reading too much into the bird's eye view. We will need to update the boards because the castles are not coming in. Yeah, we already know that in the Gukesh board, castle has been played, so this is a different position. We know that the Levon position is correct. Yes. So what you highlighted, that the pawn on b7 was hanging and black had to play a move like rook b8. Very unfortunate, and there we have it. White has already castled in all other games. Only Levon's position is the king, or are the king still in the center.
All right, let's. What catches your attention, Peter? I'll let you decide and take it forward.
Well, I think that probably Nicholas had already some chance of getting familiar with some of the positions. Probably it would be a nice moment to move it.
Nicholas, pick a game. Which one catches your attention and break it down for us?
You know, at first sight, I thought there was maybe another display error, that the position was shown twice, because at first sight it looked like this game between Vincent and Ding is quite similar to the game between Magnus and Fabiano, because we also have the center, there's g5, the knights are on b3 and c3, but there are some differences, and that's good news for Vincent because his position is clearly not as bad as the position by Fabiano. So let's take this from the top because we haven't really seen it at all so far, if I believe so. d4, d5 was played. Now knight to b3, knight to b6. Mirror chess is usually a fairly safe way to start the game, but not always. So it's always the question, but here it seems fairly safe. Castle and g5. The move g5, opening up the queen. It's always the question where to put this pawn on g5 or g6. Now e4 immediately by Ding, offering this pawn momentarily. Probably if white took, he want to go g3 or maybe even g4 and win back this pawn. Vincent didn't take him up on the challenge, and instead he played e6. So now it's looking a bit like a French here. g3. Opening up the queen, and castle, and knight to c3. This is the current position. The knights have developed, there's some pressure on the pawn, but in comparison to the Magnus Fabiano game, black hasn't played c6, which is great because you have to square for the knight, you have to square for the bishop potentially. You don't have any pressure here on the queen side. This is also great news. Still, white has the center, and the question is if black should release the tension by taking on e4 or play in a different manner, maybe grab more space here on the queen side. Still, I would definitely prefer white, but Vincent, in comparison to Fabiano, is definitely a much better spot here. Peter.
Yes, better spot because the other one is too scary. This is just slightly better for white. I do believe that it's one of the very first positions in the tournament when we look at Ding's position, and I feel like he's probably happy. Yeah, this is so nice to see also. White has perfect harmony, white has castled, white has brought the queen into the game already by going g3, occupied the center with e4, d4, so black is the one who is slightly passive. And there was this very interesting remark from Levon when he said that why is everybody rushing with g7, g5? I'm not really understanding if it's a committal move. Vincent captures on e4, and this is the big difference, as Nicholas highlighted, that black has the c6 square. And I think, Tanya, you were also very quickly pointing out that yes, this is some kind of a French structure, but without the issue of that light square bishop, because you will be able to activate it on c6. What's your take on the development?
Completely agree, but I also feel the same thing, that for Ding, this is perhaps the best position that he's had the entire tournament. Yes. And it is something to fight for in this one. Also, fully with you that for Fabi, it just feels so unfortunate, the mess that he's landed up early on in a fight for a final. While this has similar sort of narratives going on, but still a far better version for black than what is on the board with Fabi. We see D takes e4. Vida, I still like white's development. I still like the control of the center. More space, feels like more harmonious. But all that said, let's just make a few moves that do come naturally. I think I would want to take with the queen in this position. You don't want to end up, but we can perhaps just quickly show that. You kind of don't want to end up in a pin here, even though you can step out with it. But the main idea is to get your queen out of h1. You want it on a better square. D takes e4, queen e4. You attack the queen. Another question would be, where do you want to go? You really don't want to place it on e5. I don't know about other moves, but I don't want to step into bishop g7 with a tempo. I would think about retreating the queen, but it's not so easy to find a square. Queen on e2 comes in the way of this own bishop. Queen on e3 can at some point be targeted with the knight coming in. This knight might land itself on d7, f6, coming on to attack. Maybe it's not as clear as it looks for white in the first go. The big question is, where are you going with your queen here?
Yes, this is a question, and also there is still this pressure on d4 pawn. The queen on h8 is already very much in the game, targeting the d4s, because one of those motifs we heard also from the players, knight bc to a5. Yeah, that will be always a very unpleasant move against the bishop on c6. That's why we have to make sure that the d4 pawn is always under pressure. Yeah, that if the queen falls back to e2, you can never go knight a5 because of rook takes d4. If you play the move queen e3, maybe we play a move like bishop g7 and put the pressure on the d4 pawn, stopping knight a5 as well. Yeah, and once we stop it, then we can already start developing with knight d7, knight f6. As you beautifully highlighted, the queen on e3 doesn't feel so harmonious. So yeah, I would say that this position maybe is slightly, queen takes e4 on the board, very slightly better for white, but black has nothing to worry about.
I think he's still thinking, Peter.
He's still thinking, okay. Yeah.
We are expecting queen e4, but yeah, we can conclude with slightly better for white, but not... and he
takes with a knight, okay.
And maybe this is what actually made him decide to do that, because we were struggling to find the next move after making the most natural capture. There is no safe spot for the queen. They say, centralize your queen, but not so early on. Levon learned that lesson as well, and we're learning that lesson as well. So knight into e4 on the board, to me, this just felt like it's inviting a pin on c6 with bishop c6.
Yeah, but after bishop c6, and follow it up with bishop g2 first. Yeah, I think he wants to, and then keep the knight a5 move in the pocket. Yeah, because if knight a5 will come, it will hurt black heavily. And by the way, f5 runs into knight e4 to c5, and already we see the terrible weakness on e6. And the double attack, for example, here white is winning on the spot. So black has to be careful. I'm actually quite liking the move knight takes e4 once it's on the board, but black has no reason to blunder everything away. In a couple of moves, it should be still fairly okay. Nicholas.
Well, you might be surprised to find out that this exact same position has arisen in Gukesh against Firouzja.
Wow.
And there also knight takes e4 was played,
Oh
bishop
my
c6 was played. So it was a little bit
Wow.
of a different move order in the first
that's
moves.
crazy.
Bishop c6 was played, so bishop g2, just the line that you were discussing, already happened in this game. And I was wondering also, and I'll throw this back to you in a moment, if the players are looking at the other boards and maybe do get inspired there from the other positions. So here bishop g2, and now bishop d5, which is quite a nice move, going after these light squares, also preparing knight to c6. Now h4 was played by Gukesh to involve the queen. G takes h4 and queen takes h4. The queen is developed. Black can go knight c6 now, or maybe there's also an idea to play fancy rook g6, rook h6, but knight c6 looks very natural, and this looks like a healthy position for black after all. Yes, structurally speaking, there are some weaknesses, but black has active piece play. I love this bishop on the d5. The knights are in the game. There's some pressure on the pawn on d4. This seems to be quite healthy. f5 was played by Firouzja instead, a very different approach, somewhat of a committal approach, immediately hitting this knight, wants to trade the bishops on g2 and probably misplace this rook. So let's see, knight c3 takes, and I could imagine he wants to put a lot of pressure on this pawn on d4, maybe even bishop g7 next, and is looking for play here. Also very interesting, but what a coincidence that they have the same line on the board, and this, well, the other game could still head in the same direction. Even.
Nicholas,
Yes.
just one question. Can you take it from the top and to highlight that what a crazy game freestyle chess is, yeah? That from different angles we could reach that same position.
Yeah, so here we saw d4, g5. Vincent played d5 first. Now castle, d5, g3, castle, and now the knight, no, first e4, so quite different because Ding was sacrificing this pawn for a moment. He played it to e4 without the pawn being protected at all. Now e6 to stabilize, knight c3, knight b6, and then we reach the same position as in Ding against Vincent. Keimer, d takes e4, and also here, yeah, the computer maybe prefers queen takes e4 slightly, but both players opted to take with the knight, bishop c6, and yes, then we get to the current position. And I wonder if Vincent is looking at this and, and is maybe saying, well, oh, sorry, this is the current position, excuse me. And he's saying, all right, Firouzja figured it out already. Let me just copy it. What do you guys think?
We have bishop c6, bishop g2 on the board, by the way. So that's already happened. We'll get the answer to your question if the players are inspired by each other, but it also feels like at least a part of getting that bishop to d5. To me, that looks like the square you really want to put your bishop on. So I won't be surprised if we see bishop d5 next by Vincent.
Yeah, one of the ugly pieces we talked about was the bishop on e8. What do we do with that? Yeah, and now we see the bishop on d5. It's a completely different story. Yes, we damaged the pawn structure, but here black feels that black has a lot of activity. Yeah, Gukesh goes knight e2. Okay, that's kind of a very deep move because anticipates that after the light square bishops will be traded, he wants to get that knight to f3 in order to put pressure on the e5 square. So strategically speaking, very desirable, but will he be able? Because if already a player like Alireza goes for the weakening f7, f5, it's clear that he has some very clear vision that he wants to compensate with active play for the weakness on e6. Yeah, you just don't do that voluntarily unless you have real reasoning, so you believe that you will have enough dynamics. So will be extremely interesting to see how this develops, but also to keep an eye on the Vincent's game. Let me just bring it up that Vincent is still taking his time. First, I'm not sure that Ding is walking at all. So far, did you ever see him get up from his board? He's usually, but now he's looking around. He can, if he is smart enough, or if it really catches his attention, because he is smart enough. But is he looking around, or is he just resting in his room?
Yes, and I think it's also especially interesting as a player when you see a very similar setup, and in this case, exactly the same setup happening on a different board. So for Vincent, and we do get an update that in fact Bishop d5 is there. I think it is the move that you want to make. You're fighting against knight a5. It's a beautiful square. Later on, you want to get this f5 in, and it's really the square you want your bishop in. But this is fascinating. What move number are we on? We're on move number 8. From a fresh, unique position, 2 out of 4 games, exactly the same. There's no theory, there's no opening preparation in freestyle chess, but these players feel that this is the setup they wanted to go for, with a transformation come to it. But Peter, I think it's a good moment to zoom out of this storyline. We'll keep a check out on how much of an inspiration they're taking from each other. But I want to draw your attention to the Levon Nordebek board. And then we will move on to Magnus Fabi as well. But that for now is still with the same ideas that when we had left it last. But Levon Nordebek, there's a lot that has happened. There's an expansion. And if we just bring up our live board, we see Levon on our screen. And look at that. I think this is such a good moment to jump in because there is fire on the board with that last move, c5. But I would love to take it from where we left it. And I think it was a couple of moves back, Peter, before we break down the current action.
Yes, b4, that scared us. It scared Nordebek. He has underestimated. He felt like, okay, I'm developing my pieces. What can happen to me? Well, after f4, the answer is very clear. Lot of trouble, because he had direct problem against the b7 pawn. He opted for rook b8, trying to stay solid, but it invites white to further expand on the queen side with a tempo, b5. Knight d4, knight b3, and now Abdusattorov plays the totally cool, strategically desirable move, g5, g4, because he wants to establish control of the f3 square. So now it's clear that if white plays e3, that would be a horrible mistake, because black plays knight f3, and suddenly he will have all the trumps in the position. But clearly this is not on Levon's mind. After g4, he simply develops with bishop d2. Why not to develop? First of all, be careful. White is already ready to castle any moment short. Yes, so it's a very flexible move, bishop d2. Black hints at h7, h5 like, okay, please castle. I'm gonna start activating my pieces on the king side. Yeah, the queen is already there on h8. And Levon says, you know what? I already developed the bishop. I'm ready to castle any moment. Let me now find the way to your king with c4, c5 first.
And Peter, you were pointing out that how the g4 pawn controls f3, no more of this, but also from a positional perspective, this one pawn will always clamp down 3 pawns. So it's really a nice idea. I'm also potentially looking at a crazy line that I want to point out in this position. Of course, black has many options, but I think the one that you have to be careful about is knight takes knight. And at first it looks like if white was we're first going to zoom into...
I just got a theory, and I think it's right. I think Magnus, the only reason why Magnus plays g4 is to write that it's a grob on the score sheet. I mean, if we didn't have the score sheet, he would never play g4. On a more serious note, I think my position is pretty overwhelming. It seems, it seems like the black king will not find a refuge anytime soon. So it all depends on, being ready to calculate and showing resilience, because I think Nordebek, he's a very talented player, so he will try to find a counter. But objectively, white should be winning here, I feel.
Levon breaking down Magnus's mindset there, explaining one g4, which today Magnus has noted down as the Polish opening and not the grob. But before we get to that, just deep diving a little bit into this one, c5, and it might look like this knight defends the c5 pawn. Can't black just get rid of the defender? But I think there are tactics which actually work out in Levon's favor. And here, the obvious capture of a takes b3, yes, that lands into white losing the pawn, but there's quite an idea with actually capturing this knight. Yes, you can come for my rook. I'm coming for your pawn on a7, attacking the rook, and Peter, it doesn't matter where you move with the rook, suddenly that queen on the diagonal, let me just have that on the board. Queen takes pawn, jumps in, and this rook is in huge trouble. Sure, you've got rook c8, and you can decide what's your fancy here. You can not do that move, but you can take the rook on c8 or go a8, queen first. So black just doesn't have the time to actually capture that knight and the pawn. And I love that c5 is on the board. These tactics work out for Levon. So after c5, if knight takes b3 is taken out of the equation, the knight is hanging. I don't really see a great square for the knight. I have a feeling that Nordebek might have to bite the bullet and capture on c5.
But then knight takes c5 comes, and how do you defend the b7? I fully agree with Levon that he says that he thinks that his position is winning. Yeah, white is already winning. It's move 10. It's all about fighting for the third place. A lot of prestige on the line. And then getting this scenario, yeah, when all your pieces are in perfect harmony, black's king cannot find safety, and that one little move, rook c8 to b8, made sure that black's king can never castle anymore on that flank. Yeah, and basically with bishop on f8 and all the action going on the king side, you just feel that castle is not a realistic option. Look at this. Nordebek knows it, that he's a fighter, he's a brilliant player, he's very creative, but I mean, all the creative ideas are in Levon's hand. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah,
all
he
right,
captures.
we might be seeing this. And Peter, you know, while you were breaking down that psychological part of it, I'm also, I think knight takes c5 will be on the board. I was thinking about how black can respond, and maybe Nicholas, you can keep me true to this position, but I'm just wondering how much of a threat is knight takes b7. Can black actually try to look for counterplay? And the two moves that I would be considering is e6, taking away the c5 square for your knight retreat. Yes, I see you have a5, and also a potential queen e5 in this position. I hit the knight on c5. Yes, you take my pawn. I come in. I'm hitting your knight again.
But there's this bishop f4 tempo, yeah, what you highlighted when black also goes g5, that the f4 square is weak, yeah? So bishop f4, rook c1 is lining up against c7, also very
scary. So immediately
scary.
bishop
Yes,
f4, yeah?
immediately, yeah.
Yes, this is a good resource. Nicholas, how does white actually, black respond to this threat? Knight into b7 in the air. What's going on here?
So Nordebek has taken on c5. That was strictly an only move, and we expect knight takes c5. This is the most natural move to capture back and threaten a pawn on b7. There are some lines maybe where black can sacrifice this pawn. Let's have a look. Maybe e6, also a move that you mentioned, or e5 you said, I believe. e6, knight takes b7 check, king c8. Now the knight doesn't have many squares, has to go to a5. Maybe I can come in on a3 with the bishop, but honestly I'm not sure if this is really doing so much. Let's say rook b1. And the white position is very solid. There are no targets really that you can aim at. So I don't really see the compensation here, honestly. This looks horrible for black. And we do have a move here, king c8.
He defends it.
He defends the pawn of the king, but I don't like this move. It is also one of the engine recommendations, but what I don't like about this move is you definitely give up castling now altogether. I was still dreaming of something like maybe playing c6, also not a pretty move, I know, but you could move the bishop later to g7 or maybe h6, and you could still castle short. I know you're also quite airy here on the king side, but still you don't want your king on d8 or on c8, and not only do you have your king on c8 here, what about the rook? How will this rook ever enter the game? So this is looking from just looking at the position looks horrible. Objectively, it's not that bad yet, apparently, which I am surprised. I do agree with Levon here. It looks really, really good for white. Peter.
Yeah, it's a total catastrophe, really. Okay, if I look at this position, I see no good moves for black, but I see millions of ways for white, you know, scenarios that you can just crush with all these bishop f4 ideas. Yes, bishop f4 will be met by e5, so at this moment this would be a blunder, yeah, because e5 comes, that's exactly the resource Nordebek is relying on. But the fact that white can castle and get away, and we have the c-file, the pawn on c7 weak, black is completely packed because that king can never ever run away. The queen from g2 is protected. Maybe somewhere even some small little move like bishop e3 targeting the knight on d4 with combining with short castle. And knowing Levon, I just cannot believe that this will not end up in some kind of a checkmate.
Yeah, Levon's with all the initiative in the position, black, absolutely no coordination. This is a nightmare for Nordebek. Even just, he hates these kind of positions. Any player would, but for Nordebek especially, I think he's just wondering how he landed up into so much mess. But he's not the only one who's in a big mess, Peter. Our marquee matchup, the fight for championship, Magnus versus Fabi. Fabi in big trouble also. And I think we have to jump to that as Magnus is going all out in the center. And we left it last at this point when Magnus took out his pieces. He's targeting the d5 pawn, targeting the g5 pawn. It just looks like he's got his castle in, everything going well. Meanwhile, Fabi's struggling to put his pieces at the right square. Fabi controls the center. Magnus now develops
Tanya,
the bishop.
high five. Bishop d2 was
Finally,
your
the
move.
Yes, and I really appreciate the idea of playing on both sides. You're also attacking this pawn, you're attacking this pawn, and you're also targeting some knight jumps on the queen side. And Peter, bishop d2 had another idea apart from getting to g5. And it's on the next move. After Fabi defends it, boom, f4. Look at this. It's the famous 5 on the board. d4, e4, f4, g4, h4. And Fabi in big trouble. g5 is hanging. Full space advantage. Magnus is going all out in this one. Peter, your prediction that this might end up being a miniature. You know what? It's not too far from that.
Well, but now at least that Black's king is not in a direct threat. Yeah, that's already something. I'm not happy with Black's position, but at least I see, and Fabiano has played the move knight d7. It's not a nice position. White has the clear upper hand, but at least now we don't see Black's king getting mated. Yeah, contrary to Nodi's back king, which is already in a total dire straits there on c8. This one, yes, okay, you have the upper hand, but if I can play a long game, then maybe I will have the chances to set up some defense. Somewhere f6, activate that bishop to f7. Not a nice position, but it's also not so easy for White to break through now that Black has more or less at least established some kind of a defensive setup.
Look at the tension on all the pawns, and Magnus, he does take a decision of taking on d5. So easing out the tension a little bit in the center of the board. I also want to point out one thing before we hand it over to Nicholas, because Black can capture has got 3 potential captures on the board. We'll break that down for us. Magnus played the move 1g4 and called it the Polish. The Polish in standard chess, Peter, is when White starts in standard chess with the move b4.
Oh wow! So okay, yeah, that's why Magnus was also highlighting that. Yeah, how do we call in freestyle chess queen side and king side?
Exactly.
Because now White's queen is on h1, so isn't this the queen side?
And I just want to divide the board into 2 to try to break down Magnus Carlsen's Polish opening with the queen on h1. The standard king side is now the queen side in Magnus's head. The standard queen side is now the king side. And that's why the g4 move is the Polish opening.
Yeah, wow. Very nice.
All right, but this is our live board, our current position. We, of course, can only get the confirmation when we do ask him that question, and hopefully we will get that chance. Nicholas, E takes d5 on the board. What do you capture with?
Well, first of all, thanks for teaching us the opening, and this here makes a lot of sense. The Polish. Have you heard this name before, the Polish?
No, because I know B4 is orangutan.
Orangutan, exactly.
Yeah, I call it orangutan. Yeah,
yes,
and I loved it as a child. The orangutan. Yes, I was going B4 in blitz games. Yeah.
Yes. Well, we could ask Magnus hopefully after the game about this. In any case, let's get to the current position. He has taken on d5. He is releasing the tension. Black has 2 ways to capture. Probably Fabiano will take back with the pawn, with the c pawn, because if you open up the e file, it seems White is better prepared for that. Can immediately put the rook on e1, hit the bishop on e7, and it seems White is ready for that. It's not out of the question completely, but I would expect c takes d5. And the question is, why did Magnus do that? What is his follow-up? And I'm not completely sure. You could take here on g5 and play a move like h5 to create a protected passed pawn on the h file. This might be one idea. but still it's not quite clear. It still looks very solid to me, this whole setup here with the pawn chain from f7 to d5. And at least, as Peter and Tanya pointed out, and he has taken with the c-pawn, at least the king feels somewhat safe. We have the pieces into play. This will not be a miniature, I'm fairly sure. Fabiano is fairly solid here, and I think he's getting more and more into the game. It looked worse for him earlier. I think he's stabilizing more and more, Peter.
Yeah, I have the same feelings that at least he has developed his pieces. He has gotten his king into some safety. The move e takes d5. Perfectly agree with Nicholas that usually if you play d5, cd5 happens, then you have kind of a clear vision that how do you proceed. But it's not that obvious. And the clock situation, what is it? So the clocks are exactly even, 57 versus 57 minutes after move 10. A lot of questions. I'm very happy. I'm very happy because we got a game. I was really worried that not like in our grand final, two brilliant players and one of them gets into a lot of trouble, just like Nodiabek, because I'm not seeing any real hopes for Nodiabek, but we have already seen some miracles. Levon himself saved it against Vincent in the quarterfinals, so you can want to come back from a difficult position, but here, comparing the two kings on c8, this one is a much more happier camper, as Levon was tweeting his rep.
Absolutely, and it also reminds me of game one between Magnus and Fabi in the finals. Magnus getting that push, but eventually Fabi handling it, getting out of murky start and then stabilizing the position. The one line that I want to highlight, which I think for a lot of viewers, it's a question that there's so much tension on the g5 pawn, and we see 1, 2, 3 forces against g5. Meanwhile, there's also tension on the h file. So just want to show what actually happens. It might look like white can win the pawn immediately. You capture once on g5, black captures, you trade off the queens, you take off one of the defenders, but winning this pawn on g5, it is very temporary because black can, I believe, line up with the rook immediately. There's no way to defend g5, and eventually, when you calculate this through and you imagine the position that once the bishops are traded off, it's actually white who's left with the g4 weakness. So just to make a move out of it, you take here, and then we see that the g4 pawn is a long-term weakness. So actually getting greedy in this position would backfire for white, for Magnus. He needs to keep the tension as is. Taking on g5 doesn't work.
Yes, no, certainly not. F take g5, h take g5, h5 is a typical kind of computer reaction. Often, white takes fg, yes. ag, and then white pushes h5. This is, I have noticed this from different engines, that they like this. But humanly, this is never clear because you don't want to give up your center just like this. It's
also,
not,
someday f5 will come.
Yeah, but also something in the center, and this h, it's not a pawn endgame that you can just rely, I have a protected passer or a rook endgame. This many pieces are on the board, so I would be very surprised if Magnus really would play like this. I don't see him making this decision.
You take every single piece off the board in this position that we have on our analysis board, and white is probably winning, close to winning with this h passer. But with all minor pieces and the major pieces on the board, this can also often become a weakness. At the right time, black will strike at the base of the pawn, and it's far away from queening. So Peter, completely agree with the point that taking on g5 with the f pawn or the h pawn is not going to be something that is the decision that Magnus will go for. But then again, how do you actually proceed keeping the tension? Because at some point, black is hinting at capturing on h4. There is a bishop lined up with the pawn. G takes h4 this time, like it strategically or not, Peter, it's an extra pawn.
Yes, still, yeah. Even here, I find it very difficult even to think about it. But certainly from the white's perspective, you have to deal with this question, right? You cannot ignore it. It's one thing that with black you don't want to, but if I'm playing from the white side, I will have to think about what happens after G takes h4. So let's just go back one more move. Yes, so this was the position where we are somewhat surprised that Magnus really opted for this direct trade, and he's not following it up with immediate play, which indicates that even he is not completely sure He certainly knows that he has the better position, but it's not a given. And one thing I want to highlight, yeah, so in this FG, AG, yeah, we are, yeah, and Magnus goes for it. Okay, we're gonna see the H5 pawn appear on the board. Yeah, because after FG, AG, White will have to play H5.
It's the only move now, because now taking on H4 is a really big threat. So you can't allow that, and he does. So Magnus getting that passed pawn in, and
I wanted to highlight what we are talking about, that Black has actually...
So I would say the opening phase is kind of finished by now. The structure is kind of fixed. I think my position is pretty okay. Of course, he has the center control of the pawn on e4, knight on e4, pawn on d4, but his queen on h1 is kind of, yeah, not really in the game right now, and it's also not that easy for him to get it into the game because he doesn't really want to exchange the light squared bishops, I think. And yeah, the bishop can get to f4, but it will always be shaky. I have like ideas with bishop g7 followed by e5. Another idea would be, as soon as the bishop moves, to push with a5, a4 to maybe use it. The knight on b3 could be kind of misplaced. So I think for me the position is kind of fine, but it will be important for me to find ideas in the next few moves, because long-term the structure could be dangerous, especially since I now played h6 to prevent all kinds of knight g5 or bishop g5 ideas, which means that in some endgame, if he keeps the bishops and gets to play h5, my structure could be rather weak. So yeah, I'm kind of relying on immediate and tactical ideas to break out and get a nice position, but yeah, we will see.
Vincent once again in his rap mode, Peter coming on and breaking it down for us. We've got this, our analysis board. Of course, this is our championship battle. Magnus has taken a decision on, well, I don't know what to call it, the king side or the queen side anymore, with Magnus calling the opening Polish. But g5 has been captured, h5. And Peter, you were making a point about the pawn structure.
Yes, I was making that Black has now 3 pawns in the center, while White only has 1 on d4. So what's the idea here? Basically, I think that White wants to play bishop d3 and eventually line up his rooks on f1 and on e1 so that those pawns will be targets. At the moment, we do see that the pawn from f7 protects the e6 pawn. The bishop from e8 protects the f7 pawn. So one could argue that everything is protected. Then what's the issue? Well, the issue is that by staying protected means that Black is passive. Black is doomed to passivity, and then Magnus can slowly improve his pieces. The queen will come to f3 as well. Yeah, White is combining forces. All his pieces are active. So White is clearly better. Black has to find the way. One of those typical ways are usually some knight b8, knight c6 regrouping, because the knight has nothing to do on d7 anymore. Yeah, and now that the c6 square has been freed up, the structure is fixed. Yeah, so we can really maneuver our pieces and try to get the best of them.
Really nice idea, and I felt I saw Fabi about to reach out for his move. Whenever there's a pawn chain on the board, I'm always looking for ideas of trying to strike the base of that pawn chain, a potential future f5 advance, trying to create a weakness. Niklas, really nice, interesting decision, at least by Magnus, creating this passed pawn. What do you make of it, and can f5 ever be a reality?
Yeah, that was a big decision to commit the pawn structure, to change the pawn structure in a way. I would have myself been not sure about it at all. I think Peter also not. It's a big decision. The computer approves of it, but I think it still is a position very difficult to play for both sides. And yes, f5 is definitely an option. I think right now it would be too early still. I could imagine, even right now you can already consider g takes f5, and you can take this pawn on h5. Actually, this is probably a move that Fabiano is considering. However, you have to be sure that you want to go down this route. F takes e6 looks quite strong. And you cannot take back on e6 because this pawn on d5 is hanging. So the computer is making it work somewhat after f takes e6 going knight f8, but you still remain with an isolated pawn here on d5, isolated pawn on g5. I don't think we're going to see this. It would be objectively possible, but I think what we're going to see is what Peter mentioned already, this regrouping of the knight back to b8, bring the knight to c6, put some pressure on this pawn on d4, also have the option to maybe develop the bishop to d7 to further support f5. That makes a lot of sense. I think Fabiano is happy that he got into this position after all, because his opening looked really shaky, and now he has a sort of position. He might be still worse, but this is definitely also a position for all three results here. Peter.
Yes, I believe that if you would ask the Fabiano before the game that do you want to start your position from here, he would say no, I'm not liking it, white is better, let me start from beginning. But knowing how he reached here, yeah, then this is always psychologically so important during the game that you feel like the last couple of moves, and he has played, and he plays knight b6. Wow, a move that, well, now that it's on the board, makes sense, but I haven't had that on my radar at all. So he's hinting at some counterplay with knight c4. Maybe he's also looking for some bishop c6, knight c4 combo, but then watch out for knight a5. So to me, knight b8, knight c6 strategically looked much more sound. This knight b6 means that he has direct, concrete ideas, but do they work? That's the big question.
Peter, you know, I was screaming for bishop d2 with white. I'm screaming for f5 at some point, and I feel it will happen over the next few moves. That move, knight b6, I loved what you said about rerouting pieces to a better square. And often in these positions, when you have the time to do that, when there is no big tension, as we saw, which has been resolved in the center and the flank, it gives Fabi the time to actually restructure his pieces to more desirable squares. I liked that. Knight b6 guards the d5 square. Potential knight c4 jumps in the air, opening up this eventual diagonal, attacking the queen. There are definitely concrete ideas hidden, and one of them, and Peter, I think f5 will happen in this game. I want to see it.
Yeah, F5,
let's go, Fabi.
Yeah, F5 is also this very committal move, but I understand it's also tempting, yeah, that you challenge this pawn structure and you are trying to make sense of the bishop on e8. And it's absolutely justified that, okay, I'm a classical guy, yeah, those kind of moves come very heavily, but f5 hits the pawn on h5. There is an argument, and the knight on b6 reinforces the pawn on d5. Yeah, the lines Nicholas had highlighted there earlier on with the knight on d7 when f5, g takes f5, queen takes h5, f takes c6, you calculate till here, and as a human player you just stop right there. What am I achieving? I isolated my pawn on d5, I can't even recapture that pawn because the d5 is hanging, no. But after knight b6 already f7, f5, making sure, because I was giving the argument that it's a middle game position, we don't mind that h5 pawn so much. It's easy to talk for me because I'm not playing the game. Yeah, and if I would be sitting, I would be worried of that pawn.
But always, anytime when I'm saying the idea f5, the idea is not to give e6. It is that when white would take, I want to take back with the e-pawn. I want these two pawns to create play against white's king side, against white's rook. I want them to go down the board, and then I'll start targeting the h5 pawn. Never would I even think about giving this e6 pawn, creating g5 weaknesses, d5 weaknesses. So only go with f5 when the calculations work out concretely. Peter, knight b6, and I feel the momentum in this game is shifting. It just feels like Magnus was so in control, playing confidently. We saw him d4, e4, f4, g4, h4. And now, when the whole tension's been resolved, it's been liquidated on the king side and the queen side, Fabi's pieces are coming out. We talk about pawn breaks. The only player with a pawn break now will be Fabi in this position. So it's going to be a big fight, and there's a big chance we might see this go into playoffs as well, which I think would be very exciting.
Well, we all hope for that, I think.
Do, right?
That's why we are rooting for Fabi to somehow survive this, yeah, because we would be having so much more drama. On the other hand, I'm pretty sure that Magnus feels like, okay, if I have the chance to finish this match as quickly as possible, he will try to use it. And we are giving a lot of arguments that, yeah, now black is fighting back, black is maybe planning to go f5, somewhere knight c4, but let's just calm everyone down. Magnus Carlsen is better. Yeah, white has the better position. Magnus opted for bishop d3. Yeah, developed the bishop, very natural, making sure that, you know what, you want f7, f5, you're not gonna get it. You're definitely not gonna get it.
This is painful.
Yes, okay, you have to readjust, and that's why I'm not liking the knight on b6, because after knight b8, it would be clear that I'm improving my position with knight c6. How do I improve it now? All these knight c4 businesses, you always have to calculate some takes,
Knight A5.
Knight A5 business. Okay, you are giving up the light square bishop, so it's very tricky. White is threatening checkmate on B7 or almost checkmate, but black will have a move like Knight D5, occupy that D5 square, and we have the light square bishop in our pocket. Yeah, that should not be forgotten. It's a very intriguing kind of position. But certainly Magnus has something in mind after Knight C4.
And I want to just show that position on the board because this is what Fabi is calculating right now. That knight from B6, he's got to be thinking about jumping further. And it comes with quite a power performance because it hits the knight and you want to get your bishop on C6 on the next move. So I think Knight A5 has to be the move here. You're hitting on B7. We are hitting on C4, but of course Queen takes B7 is a big threat. Peter, I think Knight D5 has to be the way forward to defend it. I don't even see another way to do it. And now the point is that yes, C4 is hanging, but perhaps black also has the time to capture the D4 pawn because I'm not really seeing a bishop jump that hits my queen and your knight on C4 is hanging.
Yeah, this is the kind of the dream scenario for black. Yeah, and if that bishop ever reaches C6, black might be strategically winning. Yeah, so this is a very committal kind of play from white. Yeah, when you give up the light square bishop, you have to back it up with a very clear vision that how do you compensate for it. So after Knight A5, Knight D5, we still see the Evil bar saying that white is doing fine, but what is the key move? Because here white needs to have a key move, otherwise you can't go for this line.
Can you think about centralizing your queen to E4? I want to defend my D4 pawn and let me just, I mean, you can tell me what it is.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
I want to go Knight C4 next.
It makes sense.
Also, I'm threatening Knight takes D5. Now that it's on the board, I also see another idea because I'm eyeing your bishop on E7 in certain positions.
Yeah, you are certainly threatening things.
Thanks, Peter.
Yeah. Yeah, and the C4 pawn is falling. Yeah, I wanted to always answer Knight takes C4 with bishop C6, even if I sacrifice some pawn. But now that you activated the queen, it will never be so effective as against the queen on H1.
And you can never go Knight B4 because Queen B7 hangs, so the knight stays there.
Yeah, no, knight has to stay on D5. That knight I'm not gonna move. But for example, B6, Knight takes D4, bishop C6, you just won a pawn and that knight gets to E5.
I'm very happy.
I can't be playing like this because the position falls apart. Yeah, just Knight E5 and I can resign.
I was just gonna say, I don't even think I need to move the queen. I can jump in directly.
Yes.
So it looks like Knight C4 and Queen E4 is a very Magnus-esque move. You give him the chance to centralize his queen. He's all over it. I highly doubt that we're going to see this continuation because once you spot that white defends D4 and you can't defend C4, this is not a line you want to go into with black.
Yeah, unless you find here a very good move. And let me ask Nicholas. Nicholas, can you highlight us that does computer, for example, give here a good idea for black? Because one feels that at least without the light square bishop, maybe there is something.
Not really, unfortunately for Fabi. I also felt like Knight B6, his idea must be connected with Knight C4. Magnus played the most natural move, playing bishop D3. Next he wants to go rook GF1, also countering the idea by Tanya that Tanya would love to see at any moment black going F5, and it's becoming more and more difficult by the move. And here, yes, Knight C4, bishop takes, pawn takes, Knight A4 very important, Knight A5 very important, hitting these two pawns, and yeah, Knight D5 makes a lot of sense. And exactly, black is threatening to take the pawn on D4, so white should defend it by going Queen E4, and we have a move, so we're going to come back to this in just a moment. And this is good for white. Yes, white is going to win the pawn, clear advantage. We do have a move after bishop D3. That's the move Queen H6. Queen H6.
Very bad sign.
Yeah.
Very bad sign, says Peter. The queen is known to be not the best blockading piece in chess. Actually, it's the worst. The knight is supposed to be the best. And I'm not quite sure what to make of this move, why this was necessary. Was H6 a threat here? Was he afraid of H6? I can only guess so, because otherwise I don't see why this move had to be played right now, Peter.
Yeah, no, this is a sign of total desperation. This is a total desperado move. Queen H6. And it somehow also does not connect with Knight B6. Yeah, because Knight B6 strategically is not desirable. So only if you can justify it with a jump to C4, then it makes sense. So the last couple of moves, let me just, I know people might be saying, what is Peter talking about? But just compare the position. If black plays Knight B8, white plays bishop D3, we play knight c6, and it's kind of a harmonious position. We might even play king b8, rook c8, king to 8, get that king into safety. It's very much chess. Yeah, this is everything. If you tell Fabi, he will tell you that, of course, I want to play like this. But this knight b6, probably he simply believed that knight c4 is a threat. And now when Magnus ignored it with bishop dc, then he realized to his horror that what I have been plotting with knight c4 actually backfires. And if it backfires, then what do I do? And then out of panic, because the clock is also ticking down, you play a move like queen h6. I feel like now the situation is again shifting very much in Magnus's favor.
Bobby Fischer said that he doesn't believe in psychology, he believes in only good moves. But Peter, I think queen h6 is not only from a move perspective questionable, but it also gives away what is going on in Fabi's mind. He is very unhappy with his position. He's not able to find a move forward. He's not able to figure out how he can get out of this, well, this mess that he's landed into. I think knight b6 did aim at getting to c4 or an f5 break in, but with both of them impossible, the move queen h6 is a non-move. It doesn't have an idea. It doesn't improve Fabi's position. And it's sort of made out of that frustrating moment as a chess player. And I think everyone's been there where you're looking for a move, you can't find it. Eventually you go for something that you yourself never believe in.
Yeah, and look at, Magnus cannot believe himself. Wow, this is the grand final and I get so much freedom. I can do whatever I want. I can even think about, do I start with rook d1, do I start rook gf1? Yeah, increasing the pressure. All of his light squares, light pieces, minor pieces are already beautifully developed. Yeah, we don't really feel that, yes, if the knight from b3 could jump to f3, that could be an improvement, but the knight on b3 is doing extremely good job of stopping knight c4 as we have seen with this knight a5 idea, and then just putting some more pressure on the weak pawns. Okay, this is a dream scenario and the total horror to Fabiano.
He's got to have something in his mind to make a move like queen h6. We all know Fabi. He's not just going to play this move. I feel there has to be a deeper concept to it, Peter. Is it a prophylactic move against some idea? Is he trying to break in? Okay, we've been talking about knight c4, which did not work early on because we thought white was doing really well after the move queen e4. And if we just try to understand Fabi's mindset behind queen h6, and let's imagine it's black's move right now. Does it change the dynamic? And the line that we looked at...
No, because the queen is not even hitting d4.
The reason I say that is that knight c4, bishop c4, dc4, knight a5, knight d5.
Knight takes c4, you just pick up the pawn immediately because d4 is not hanging.
Yeah, I wanted to make, again, f5 work that e6 is defended. I'm obsessed with f5, I'll stop.
Yeah, I understand. Basically, the only explanation that you can have as a commentator to queen h6 that the queen somewhere protects e6.
Exactly.
Right, but this doesn't seem to be realistic. And another point that what Nicholas highlighted, that maybe was Fabi even afraid of h6, h7, like white just advances this pawn with this beautiful bishop on d3.
I think I understand queen h6.
Wow, tell us, tell us, we want to hear it.
You know what Fabi wants, Peter?
Okay.
He wants rook h8 and then f5.
Wow, okay. Or rook h8 and then queen g7 and like this to set up something. That makes sense.
I think he's vacated the h8 square for his rook. I feel he believes that the rook belongs to h8 and he might reroute, but yeah, he might reroute the queen to g7
that
earlier.
He stopped h6.
You know, you're also defending e6. Maybe f5 will come, but I feel the point is that he believes this rook belongs on h8.
Yes. So basically, let's conclude that finally we have decoded.
The mystery move.
Yeah, we have decoded Fabiano's mystery move queen h6. Certainly, if he believes that he anyway cannot do anything, and white does not have a direct knockout blow, and you can regroup rook h8, queen g7, then that queen, let me even put it, why we like the queen on g7, that the queen will protect the f7 pawn, and then maybe somehow you activate that bishop from e8, get the connection between the rooks, which is normally always desirable in any kind of chess format. But yeah, for the moment, let's just enjoy the moment of the players on our camera. Magnus in full focus mode. He knows that this is a great possibility, great opportunity to get the upper hand and eventually finish the match in the classical portion. Nicholas, do you have something to add to this, or should we just check out on some other action?
Yeah, I have something to add. Tanya, I'm not sure if Fabi is really intending to play f5 at any moment. What my feeling is with this move, queen h6, he just wants to sit, be very solid. Maybe let's play some natural moves to both sides. White puts the rook on f1, black puts the rook on h8, the other one goes here, maybe king b8, and just sit. Black just sits, maybe plays queen g7, or let's just play king b1, queen g7, and let's say, and Fabi says, show me. Show me how you break through. Show me how you make progress. I'm just going to sit. I'm going to wait, not do anything. My structure is solid. You're not going to advance the pawn. All of my pawns are protected. Your knights are a little bit far here from achieving anything. And I'm just going to wait and let me show me how you will make progress. And I'm not going to play f5 and invite any complications, and just hold the position as it is. I think this is probably Fabi's plan. If it works, it's another question, but that's my feeling right now, Peter.
Yes, it makes perfect sense. I don't think that he can do anything else than to sit. However, because this is now a slow situation, let's get an update on Aronian against Abdusattorov, because if we can believe the bar goes completely wild, and this is exactly what we had been kind of expecting, that it cannot be that black survives that position. Nicholas, do you have it?
Yes, I do have it. Let's get up to speed where we last left it. A lot of moves have been played. I think we left it after king c8. So now Aronian, this is a very instructive moment actually. He brings the very well-placed knight back from c5 to trade the knight on d4, which is one of the only active pieces that black has overall. So knight b3, knight takes b3, a takes b3. Now you can also see the rook is lined up perfectly against the king. e6, now castle, white castles kingside, brings the king to safety, connects the rooks. From a white side, this looks like a perfectly healthy position, some kind of English, just the queen a bit weirdly placed on g2. From the black side, you're wondering, what is the king doing c8, the rook doing on b8? It looks really, really bad, and it is fairly bad, even though not as bad as you would think objectively yet. So rook a1, bishop b4, the other rook comes to c1, so both these rooks are lined up. And now h takes g3, that was correct, and here it seems that Nordebek made a mistake. He activated the queen. He was supposed to play rook g7, rook h7. I'm also not quite sure what this is achieving, but maybe also sometimes to defend via the 7th rank. So for example here you could play f5, you can play rook h7, maybe tie down at least the queen. It still looks very scary for black, and white has already won a pawn, but maybe you follow up with f5 and it's not so clear how white is going to continue. After queen h5, Aronian took on a7, and now rook h8. So also lining up, but the queen is defending everything. There's no threat. There's no threat. There's no checkmate with the queen on g2. And this is Levon's move right now. And he has played bishop f4 already, which is the best move in the position. Makes a lot of sense to target this pawn on c7. And what does black do against the threat of this knight moving somewhere and the rook coming in? Maybe it is bishop takes c3, rook takes and knight d5, hitting the rook, protecting the pawn, but now rook c5, and well, all the white pieces are involved in the attack. Yes, black is also active here, but not much is happening. White is up a pawn. This seems to be winning for Aronian, and if he wins this game, he takes the 3rd place in the Freestyle Go Chess, in the Freestyle Chess Go Challenge. Tanya.
Yes, it's the decisive game between these two, the final classical game, and to me it looks like Levon's just a healthy extra pawn up. Yes, I see the h-file open, and that's where Nordebek is getting counterplay, but that white queen on g2 is not only doing a great job defending the king side, but also accompanied by that rook on a7, it really ties down that final major piece, the rook on b8, eyeing that b7 square, which gives white enough counter to take care of the 2 pieces on the h-file, because Nordebek will never be able to get this rook into the attack. If there was a way to just magically put it on the H-file, we're talking a completely different game. But look at the setup right now. This is not only a faraway reality, it's an absolute impossibility in this position. Peter, to me, it looks like Levon's done everything right in this game.
Yeah, for sure, and he's just crushing through. This is a winning position. There is just no way that black can defend. Bishop takes c3 looks like it's the only move, yeah, because now the knight is threatening to jump, I don't know, to a4, basically to any square. Knight a2 with double attack on the bishop and on the pawn on c7. Knight a4 is also double attack because it hits the knight and it hits the c7 pawn as well. So yeah, good or bad, black has to take on c3, but the bad news is that, yeah, you get rid of that knight, but you are in a double or triple pin. Let's just call it triple pin, because one pin on the king, there is another pin on the 7th rank, and there is a third pin against black's queen. And I don't think that, for example, e2, e4 might be a devastating threat, winning material on the spot. Black can never play the move b6 because then c7 falls instantly. Levon is just completely winning, and it's move 20. Everything to work to perfection. I also would like to highlight and go back to this move because the move knight c5 to b3, that was amazing. Levon was not even waiting for that knight to be attacked. He voluntarily retreated his most powerful piece because I understood that black's only help, only trump in the position is this d4 knight. If you trade that off, then, and also after knight takes b3, a takes b3, you open up the a file. The way how he proceeded with castles and then rook a1 and then getting the other rook to c1 was also very masterful.
Levon in a driver's seat in his game against Nordebek. Nordebek, a big defensive task. He's down material, he's down a pawn, he's down on the clock, and he's got to try to trick Levon Aronian one way or the other, or this will get decided in this classical. Let's bring up our bird's eye view and do a quick roundup. Before, Peter, we will reveal one of our 3 finalists for our chat right now. But first, let's do a quick roundup. We see on our extreme left, Levon against Nordebek, a board that we have done a deep dive on. Meanwhile, Magnus, wow, he went queen to g1, we can see on that last move. And Fabi, instead of lining up on the h-file, moves the rook to the f-file. You know what I'm going to say about that move. Peter, you know exactly what's going on in my mind, but we will do a deeper look into that when we're back from the break. Probably Chad also knows what I want to bring up on that. Meanwhile, Gukesh against Ali Reza. Wow, that's heated action. I see a level bar, but with play on both sides. White's queen on h5, eyeing that h7 pawn. Black's knight looking very active on c4. It's a complex battle. So far, it looks like White's the one with the bishop lined up against the queen, creating the threats and an immediate trade being offered on that one. Dingleren against Vincent. Vincent is back in control. Look at Ding's king in the center, and Vincent is up a pawn as well. We will take a short break, Peter. We've got 3 finalists, while we've got 2 players fighting for the championship at the Freestyle Chess Go Challenge. We've got 3 finalists for our Freestyle Rap Challenge, and the winner of the Freestyle Go Chess Challenge will pick one of the 3. There will be a lucky draw. He will pick one of the 3 winners. Peter, we're going to showcase the talent in our chat. And the first finalist... Oh, not this one, Peter. Sorry, I think it's this one.
Yes. Yes, the first one is Sane. Really incredible performance. When I have seen it, I thought like, what an effort it was, and it is. I would love him to win, but all the other guys also deserve it. Just really, truly stunning that we witnessed this. All these participants putting all their souls, their hearts into it. And I already told Tanya that if Sain will not win something, I will have some tears in my eyes. It just really feels that effort that he put in will deserve something.
I think everyone who put in the effort, we saw some amazing creativity. It was just so hard for us to pick our 3 finalists for this one. And a big shout out to all of you who entered it. You blew our mind. We've been having big conversations, trying to understand who's the best. Impossible to pick. Sane, Good job. You're one of the 3 who will be picked up in the random draw by the winner of the tournament. And we leave you with his performance.
So I love chess. I love freestyling. Perfect segue to enter this giveaway. Unfortunately, I have a retainer, so there's going to be a list, but I don't care. Let's just get into it. I wrote a little something, so here we go. Hopefully you guys can hear that. By the way, those cards signed, so sick. Love the stream. Let's go. Yeah, we're out here playing some freestyle chess. Shaking up the game, who is the best? Some people say it's RNG, oh so random. Meanwhile, all your pieces are for ransom. Shout out to one of the GOATs, Bobby Fischer. Got the chessboard flowing like a damn river. Game so tense, yeah you know they always deliver. Got the GOATs in the back, Fabiano and Magnus. Yeah, it's so sick, can't handle all the madness. Pulling viewers in like it's got some magnets. Yeah, I love Fisher random, old chess is dying. Let me write a memorandum, all the haters crying. I know you're feeling this rhyme, so let's play some chess freestyle. Man, it's been a while. Got the rook coming on an empty file. Gonna checkmate you with a little style. Running you off the board like I ran a mile. Time pressure on me like I'm in a time trial, but I'm dialed in. Let me just turn up the dial. I'm a fiend with the queen, so fancy. Like a movie screen, gameplay so antsy. Cash all the action on the freestyle chess stream. More specifically, chess 24. Never know what's next or what's in store. All I know for sure is I want some more. Shout out to the staff, shout out to the players. Game so dynamic with all the layers. Facing the best, better say your prayers. Gunning for the belt like a conveyor. Till next time, wonder who's next in line. Yeah, we won't just know, yes, by design. Let's see where the cards fall on the chessboard, where you brawl and sprawl. Yeah, I told y'all, this is chess defined.
Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana. An endgame nobody wants to miss out. Their duel is probably the most thrilling match of the freestyle chess greatest of all time challenge in Weissenhaus.
First of all, this is the very first classical tournament in freestyle chess, so there's a lot of prestige on the line. At the same time, there are also huge prizes. They're fighting for a first prize of $60,000. The winner's name will be also engraved in the winner's trophy.
Also at the tournament are the chessboxing champion Refik Latifi and his colleague Denno Probst from Chessboxing Cologne. They are in Weissenhaus to follow the finals and to practice their sport with the grandmasters of chess.
It was of course special for us to meet all the grandmasters of chess here on this event, because it's very unique to see them, to even talk to them after the games, and it's great.
Fabiano Caruana is the perfect player to win freestyle chess due to his strong analyzing skills and curiosity. Magnus, on the other side, is known for his insatiable competitive spirit and dominance in all chess formats. Today, the two grandmasters are playing to a draw. Despite this, Fabiano Caruana remains optimistic about winning the finals.
I think the final could have been anyone at some point. I mean, I was definitely losing the match to Levon and had to come back, and also Magnus was losing the match against Alireza. But I guess that we've shown consistency somewhat, not all the time, but at the critical moments we've probably been the most consistent.
Magnus Carlsen is, however, not an easy opponent and is surely able to surprise Fabiano during the endgame. Stay tuned and find out who the ultimate winner of the freestyle chess greatest of all time challenge in Weissenhaus will be. Magnus Carlsen, the Norwegian chess virtuoso, has captivated the world with his extraordinary talent. Demonstrating his skills early on, he became a grandmaster at the age of 13. He swiftly ascended to the top of the world rankings and triumphed as world champion in 2013. Known for his dominance in all chess formats, Carlsen is now vying for the title in Chess 960 at the Weissenhaus Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Times Challenge. His insatiable competitive spirit and commitment to making chess more attractive and accessible worldwide mark him as a pioneering figure and inspiration in chess. Magnus Carlsen, born in 1990, is a chess grandmaster holding Norwegian citizenship. Currently, he boasts an ELO rating of 2830, securing him the top spot worldwide. He reached his career peak with an ELO rating of 2882 and consistently maintains a presence on the global rankings. Please see more at the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Time Challenge at Weissenhaus. Three questions on Levon Aronian. Why is rest so important during the tournament?
It's a very demanding game, especially, freestyle chess, where you have to think from move one. The pressure is always there, we're not used to that so much. So we love this, but it's very stressful at the same time.
What do you like to do before and after an important game?
Before the games, what I mostly do is, maybe play some bullet games, solve some chess tactics, walk around, listen to music. So generally something light, because I believe that preparation should be done before the tournament starts.
What advice do you give to young chess players?
The most important thing to remember that those best players in the world are not really some aliens. We're all simple people. Just we worked hard, and we loved the game, and we had good advices throughout our career, and we're willing to sacrifice a lot of things in our life. So it's important to have this understanding that you cannot do everything. If you want to become a world champion or a very good chess player, there are some aspects of your life have to be dedicated to this goal.
Stay tuned.
We hope you enjoyed that one. Awesome stuff, Sain. We loved it. 2 more finalists. We'll be revealing them later in the show. Over 150 entries. It's been awesome, and we're getting some awesome action on the chess as well. Let's bring up our bird's eye view and quickly jump into, we see Dingler and he's got reasons to feel the pressure in his position. Nicholas, is Ding in big trouble against Vincent?
He is, Tanya, and especially considering that he needs to win this game to tiebreaks, as Vincent won the first game yesterday. And let's back up to a little bit to a very critical moment here in the 12th move. Vincent played this super powerful move A5, and it doesn't seem to be doing much, but the point is that A4 is coming, the knight has to move, and then this pawn on D4 is under a lot of pressure, and this was really a huge move and led to advantage for Vincent. So if we go through the moves rather quickly, the bishops were traded. A4 is coming in, of course. Now the pawn dropped on d4, bishop e5, some tactics, but Vincent all diffused it, no problem. Let's trade the rooks first of all. King takes, so you cannot take the bishop because of queen takes b7 coming in. That would be too dangerous. Bishop g7 instead was played, the bishops are traded, and Vincent is up a pawn for the moment. a3, a very important move, by the way, by Ding, because black is threatening to play a3 himself and undermine the knight on c3. So a3, rook d8 check, makes sense to bring the rook into a game. King b1, now queen f8, knight takes a4, white wins back the pawn. However, black is activating the queen, taking over the open file, the open d file. There's a strong threat of queen d2. Now king b1 was played. Both players play pretty quickly here. Knight e5, very nice move, hinting at bringing the knight to f3, shutting out this queen on g2 completely. Now what did Ding play? Knight c3 back. Of course Vincent puts the knight on f3, just a move you play with so much satisfaction. And yes, this is the current position. Vincent is not up material anymore, but he has a beautiful position advantage, a beautiful knight on f3. He controls the only open d file. He has a winning position, plus he only needs a draw. So it looks like Vincent is going to win this one. And we want to go over to another game where there is a lot of action, and it is the game between Levon Aronian and Abdusattorov. They are playing for the third place in the Freestyle Chess Go Challenge. We last left it after bishop f4, and we said this king is not going to survive this attack. Here Nordebek played king to d8, trying to maybe run away with the king, maybe dreaming of some scenario where he can involve this rook in his own attack, because right now not much is happening here. Levon played knight to a4, opening up the c file, putting pressure on the pawn on c7. Nordebek answered with e5, defending against the threat, hitting the bishop, and the bishop dropped back to e3, putting pressure on the knight on b6. So right now white is threatening to simply take on b6. And what is black going to do? Well, you have to do something with the knight. Either you trade or you move back. Let's say black moves back to d7. And now, that's not immediately obvious. Maybe you can put a knight on c5 again. Try to trade some pieces and get to this king. I mean, the king and the rook. This is just really, really bad. And this is not enough counterplay. The queen keeps everything at bay. Levon is probably putting his finishing touches on right now. Peter, or do you see any hope for Nordebek?
No, not really. Looking at the position, white has such a harmonious structure, everything protected on the king side. The queen on g2, beautifully guarding that king. Just want to highlight one line. Also, to my eyes, knight d7 looks like the most natural human move, and knight c5, when you mentioned knight c5, that felt very unpleasant. The only hope that black has is that like the b7 pawn, and I just want to highlight why it is so important for the white queen to remain on g2, that, for example, rook takes b7 would be premature. I even have an idea like going queen h1, sacrificing everything and take on b7. Let's just highlight that there is even this defensive resource.
I think it's a really good one because b5 pawn is hanging at the end of
the and if we can end up just being pawned down in endgame compared to getting completely crushed, it's already some achievement. The position is still bad because there is even some rook c4, double attack on the bishop and on the pawn on g4. But I just highlight that, of course, Levon has to pay attention to this. He shouldn't be going pawn hunting. Besides, knight d7 had been played. It was clearly the only human move. The computer hates it, but there was just no other move. And I also want to highlight after rook b7, black also has the chance of just changing everything and then trading, keep on trading. Which, however, also leads to probably technically losing position because it's a pawn and damaged pawn structure. But again, we are talking about end games where, who knows, you might be able to put up some resistance. I'm pretty sure that Levon is not even thinking about it. He says, no, after rook b7, my opponent has chances to go for an endgame. Thank you very much. I'm not going to give him this chance.
It's not a pawn you want to take. You don't want to go into these endgames. You're in full control. It is something that is a possibility and still gives chances in the endgame. But look at the position. Black's rook completely out of the play. This pawn is more useful to Levon on the board than off the board because it ties down a very key piece. Also, having this queen on g2, you're guarding against any potential checks on the last rank. The idea that Nicholas was referring to, Peter, trading off more pieces, the minor pieces, to me that's also very attractive because once you do that, you also have targets against the pawn, and eventually imagine this bishop is out of b4. We can even potentially look at doing a king march to safety to free up our queen. I like the move knight c5. I like the move rook c4. Wow.
Wow, Levon takes the pawn. Okay, and
He's
look at this.
greedy.
Look at Nodiabek for a second.
Immediately.
Exactly. There is some hope. Yes, it's bad.
He shifts.
Yeah, and he takes, and he's gonna change the queens.
This is what Nodiabek was hoping for. But now, I also like your line of queen h1, but instead Nodiabek trades directly. Is he going to trade all the pieces? Because you can't allow the queen to stay on the board, Peter. c7 is hanging. You've got a direct threat. Queen h2, queen h1. And I think he's going to play it, and we will have the players. We're getting our first result in Ding versus Vincent. And I believe Vincent
has won, yes.
Has won his game. Vincent takes the match against Ding. Peter, it's been a disastrous tournament for Ding. The only good outcome is that the tournament is over. He can focus on what's coming up next. But this was an absolute nightmare. Coming back to this position, no queen trades. Players are surprising us. He falls back with the bishop, defends the pawn. Nodiabek doesn't want to defend an endgame pawn down. But I was thinking this queen is extremely strong with potential b6 in the air. How safe is Black's king?
Yeah, but you know what I just realized? That White is 2 pawns up, not just one. Yeah, this is the reason why he's not going for an endgame. But sooner or later, okay, then the position is just completely lost because I thought like, okay, White is collecting that pawn, but it meant that White was having the attack plus was pawn up. That's just too much to handle.
I want to highlight this line because in this case,
yes,
Black would have been only 1 pawn down. There is no way for White to actually defend the b5 pawn. And maybe this was the defensive resource, giving Nodiabek objectively the best chances, but practically he did not want to defend this endgame. But what he's played, this bishop d6, we might not even get to the endgame with that king on d8. b6 is a move that I immediately want to look at. Yes, Black always has the option to trade queens. Is the king feeling safe on d8, Nicholas?
I think that must be a rhetorical question. No, the king is not feeling safe on d8. The only hope is somehow to create something against this king, but I don't see it at all. This is 2 pawns up for White. I was also under the same impression that White was only 1 pawn up, and then maybe in the endgame you could hold, but it is 6 pawns against 4 pawns by Black. And, well, probably I see what Nodiabek is hoping for. He wants to play some f5, f4, f3, something like this. This is his hope. This is the only idea. f5, f4, this is why he puts the bishop on d6, somehow holding everything together. And I like your idea, Tanya, to go b6. Let's see if there's anything wrong with that. Well, now, however, now I could go into your endgame and I would be only 1 pawn down. So this is the idea. Now that I take everything and I take on b6, I have some chances because I'm only 1 pawn down. Of course, White's still the favorite here, and maybe even this endgame is winning, but you don't want to give up a pawn just for no reason. So after bishop d6, you can do something else. Maybe you bring the queen back to g2 and then play b6 to stop any queen h2. So this actually looks quite sensible. Queen g2, f5, now b6. And you try to trade some pieces. But yeah, I like what Nodiabek is doing.
Yes.
This is his best chance. This is his best chance somehow to bamboozle Aronian, and we'll see if Aronian can bring it home.
But now it already makes sense. Yeah, I was highlighting that there is no way Levon will go pawn hunting with rook b7 because why should he? He has such an overwhelming position, but he understood that the endgame is completely winning because he's 2 pawns up, so then why not? And then the reason why Nodiabek had that surprising feeling, and this immediately one could see that the shift in body language, that there is some hope. He knows that it's a bad position, he knows that this is a losing position, but suddenly there is something to hope for. Let's just highlight one more thing, that after f5 there is also this direct e4, shutting out White's queen from the defense on h1. But the good news for Levon is that if he sees that this is an issue, then he can fall back with the queen to g2, and that somehow hits the heart, no? That White suddenly stabilizes and this b6 is still coming.
Yeah, I really like queen g2, but this move bishop d6, and we see our evaluation bar immediately react, but it is also in the style of Nordebek. He is trying to create practical problems for Levon to convert this position, where on the other hand he feels that it will be an endgame where he's only struggling to fight for survival. But here he still poses problems, and White can potentially even go wrong in them. So chess is not about finding the best moves. Sometimes it's finding about the move that poses the biggest question to your opponent.
Yes, exactly. Asking him to
prove how he wants to go forward, and he's got an idea, f5, f4.
Yeah, f5, f4, and also that it looked like there is no way Black can get to White's king. Yeah, that was the impression, yeah, while Black king was in all kinds of crazy attack. And all of a sudden we are talking about some real counterplay with f5, f4, for example, when White falls back with the queen to g2, yes, you are protecting, but there is still this option of what Nicholas highlighted, f5, f4, and then f3. And when you suddenly see that f4, f5, f4, f3 can win the game for Black, then you are under certain pressure with White. Yeah, you know exactly that you have to calculate move per move. Yeah, that this f5, b6, f4, for example, does it really work out? B takes c7 check, seems to be coming. Bishop takes c7, and where is the mate? Because we only need one more move, f3, to win the game ourselves. Yeah, so there is some intrigue, and finally this is Abdusattorov's position that there is some hope, yeah, some counterplay against White's king.
And it's also the element of surprise. Levon from his side must have also been expecting the queen trade. I've done my job perfectly well. We go into this endgame. It's a long grind. I'm in full control. I'm an extra pawn. And it's a game for two results. Most likely White takes it. A matter of showing technique, especially for a player of Aronian's, Levon's caliber. And then you play bishop d6. It really disbalances you. Because in your mind, you have to adapt to the situation that there has to be something with my opponent. He's also got an idea. He's fighting with the queens and the rooks on the board. And we see Levon slowing down just a little bit here. While he does that, Peter, let's move on to our championship game. We'll come back and check in with Levon's decision. Meanwhile, Fabi taking some decisions on his board as well. We're going to quickly bring that up. And the knight has in fact landed on c4, but only once that queen from h1 has moved away. So there were no more ideas of the knight jumping onto a5, a line that we had alluded to earlier. Knight c4 is Fabi's last move. But Peter, should we just back up? We left it at queen to h6. That was when we checked in with the mystery move queen h6. And we were trying to make sense of it. Fabi had different plans.
Yeah, well, he basically had no real plans. He just made a move.
It's brutal.
Yeah, because, okay, you can't really have a plan, yeah, in this position. So rook f1, rook f8, queen g1. And look at this, what Magnus is doing. After bishop c6, he said, you know what, my bishop on d2 has done its job. It does nothing because the pawn on g5 is protected by the bishop on e7 and the queen on h6. And he transfers the bishop from d2 to the dream diagonal. To g3, it will insert tremendous pressure. So Fabiano is not happy of trading down the dark squared bishops, but he is forced to. Bishop d6, bishop g3, and I feel like Magnus is making another giant step forward strategically speaking, because after takes, now one really has the feeling that Black cannot just sit tight. Yeah, White has suddenly ideas like rook f2, rook df1, and then going rook f6, and you invade on the dark squares, the pawn on f7 will fall, the queen from h6 will be kicked out when you get all these h6 ideas. So Fabiano needs to go now, just close his eyes and try to create some complications, some mess, just a couple of more moves for White and it's game over. So it's logical that he tries to create at least the impression of some kind of a counterplay. Now it's up to Magnus to decide that will he take and go for knight a5, or will he just say that, you know what, this knight on c4 doesn't do anything because I already traded the dark square bishops, so I just ignore him and focus on my own play. But at least then maybe Black can transfer that knight to d6 when it will guard the f7 pawn. So it had to be played. Fabi is fighting, but Magnus is enjoying.
Bishop takes knight would be a move that I would be very unhappy playing with the white pieces. Just allowing that activity of the bishop. Not only that, giving a key d5 square in the center. After taking, if you jump in with the knight to a5, you're hitting that pawn, but I can simply step up with my bishop to d5. To me, it feels like the best position that Fabi has had in a long time in this game, landing into trouble early on. If you don't take on c4, you're pointing out a really nice rerouting of the knight to d6 towards the center.
Just hang on, Tanya. You remember we were speculating, what is this queen h6 move about? Well, I finally find the line here. Bishop c4 takes knight a5, bishop d5, and after knight takes d5, e takes d5, and suddenly black's queen can swing over to the queen side, and that knight on a5 can be trapped. Yeah, so there was a purpose after all.
It's very deep, Peter. That is very deep. And if Fabi saw this, envisioned this purpose ahead, then that's a peek into the mind of a genius. But you know, Peter, I think you're on point. Even if it's not him seeing this whole line, the concept that the 6th rank might open up at some point, and the queen from the queen side, I'm calling it, the queen from the right side, the king side of the board can actually transfer a lot more easily. It's more about getting the whole thematic idea into your head. And you're kind of thinking, you know what, the queen is better placed on h6 than on h8. It might be more useful. Let me play this little move.
Yeah, and also stopping this h6 move. The only bad thing for Fabi is that Magnus sees it and knows, okay, you are plotting something. I'm gonna not go along your wishes. Knight d6 strategically desired that you get control, but it does not frighten white at all. Yeah, so rook f2 follow it up by rook df1 is a very tempting kind of continuation, but okay, with knight on d6 at least we are alive. Yeah, we are not, the position is not falling apart immediately. One term I realized that players are using it, they are always saying it's not the end of the world yet. Yeah, because we are talking about freestyle chess. Yeah, so every single problem feels like the biggest problem what you can face with. Fabi is fighting.
He's fighting, and I love it. And he has to fight because there's a $60,000 cash prize on the line. Runners-up gets $40,000, so a lot to play for. And of course, it's also the bragging rights of winning the first Freestyle Chess Go Challenge. Knight c4 on the board, and that's what the players are playing for. There's also a big third place fight between Nordebek and Levon. Levon in driver's seat, but Nordebek also posing questions. So Nordebek and Fabi, they're not making life easy for Levon and Magnus right now.
Yeah, just as we expected, they are incredible fighters. They are trying to create chances. Of course, Nordebek seemed to be in a hopeless situation. Yeah, he's trying to fight back from a hopeless situation. Fabi's position is more like it's very unpleasant. It's clear that white has the upper hand, but no disaster yet on side. Let's get Nicholas's input, because are we getting it right that black is fighting, or is there some very precise way for white to proceed and Fabi is still in a lot of trouble?
Well, Magnus is definitely better, but yes, Fabi is fighting, and there's a big decision right now. And also I would like to point out for the viewers, look at the heart rates. Magnus over 100 right now, whereas Fabi, just a moment ago, he was still under 70. So quite unusual to see Magnus having a high heart rate here. Let's get into a position. The question is, should I take this knight on c4 or should I not? And if I don't take...
Yes, and as we're seeing the question that you're asking, I think, Nicholas, it will be answered really soon. And you're going to tell us the truth about this position. Does white actually capture or keep the tension on the board? Peter, Nicholas, not an easy answer to that.
Yeah, thank you. As my mic just had to be fixed for a moment. Sorry about that. So, bishop takes c4 or not. And if you don't take on c4, for example, the line that you guys just were discussing, rook f2, knight d6, Tanya, you'll be very happy to see that finally we can play this move f5. And this is the whole idea behind knight d6. Everything is perfectly lined up, the rook on f8, and here white can take on f5, but in the end there will be a lot of trades, and then black can take on h5. Still, we're going to lose a pawn here, but maybe this is manageable. It's still not your dream, I know, Tanya, but at least we're getting close to equal here with black. So in general, after knight c4, if white does anything, let's say rook d1, knight d6, f5 is in the air, and f5 is a big question what you do with this move. So what happens if Magnus takes on c4. Bishop takes, pawn takes. Now the knight is attacked. The knight drops back, probably to d2 to also, so he's also able to go to e4. Now you might be asking, what about this pawn on d4? At least that's what I'm asking myself now that I see the position. But white can go knight e2, hit the rook on d4. And if the rook drops back, let's say to d5 maybe, then white takes on c4 and the knight is coming into d6. And there are some issues on the dark squares and the white pieces are quite active. And if the position opens up in this manner, you see the queen on h6 is quite far away from the action and is not really involved. So maybe after knight e2, after knight d2, black should again play bishop d5, defend the pawn in this manner. And of course, there are ideas here, knight d4, maybe white can take on d5, but it is still defendable, and Fabiano is certainly fighting. All right, so knight c4, Magnus is catching up on time, 25 minutes for both players to move it, to make it to move 40. They don't get any increment, that's all the time they have to make, 22 moves. This can be a time scramble, Tanya.
Yeah, I actually think the clocks are going to play a very big role in this match. As we see Fabi fighting it out, trying to create counter chances. Knight c4. Magnus has a big decision. Does he trade on c4? Does he let that knight reroute itself to the center of the board? And I want to hear it from chat. I feel so strongly about what I've been screaming about in this game. Chat, what do you think? In Magnus versus Fabi, will we ever see f5 on the board? Let's get that poll going. Will f5 happen? Yes or no? And also tell us, who do you think is taking this one away? Fabi needs to hold on to this to take it to playoffs. And Peter, as the players are thinking, I think it's time to reveal our second finalist. And you keep jadoobing these cards.
Yes.
What's going on with that, Peter?
Yes, okay, just like with pieces. Yeah, these are very important cards for us and I want to have them in perfect shape. So now I'm going to hand over to you the second card. So please.
Peter, please announce our second finalist.
It is Sterling. It is Sterling with the stunning lyrics that blew our minds. Everything that we are talking about here in Weissenhaus about freestyle chess is included. The whole tournament, the story is included in this text. Just, we are incredible fans.
Sterling, this was awesome and again, so creative because you brought out all the elements of this event that we're seeing and really feels like you put your heart into it. Another one that really impressed you, Peter.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, Nicholas was the one that, yeah, this is stunning. It's just fantastic.
It's fantastic. And speaking of Nicholas, you know, Sterling, he's put so much heart and soul into this, coming up with this really cool, and it's a full song. I feel like we can have an album on the freestyle chess rap of Weissenhaus because of the amazing entries. Should we bust out the first couple of lines of that, Nicholas?
Sure, I think Sterling would love if everybody of us does at least one part. We could also all do 2 parts, then because it is 6 parts, or we all do 1 part. What do you guys think?
Well, my problem is that I can't read the text from there, from here. Okay, like this, it's okay.
All right, I'm gonna just take it away. Yo, check it, a chess event like none before. Magnus and the crew opening a new door. Tailored jackets, colors galore. Frank Rudolph's touch, fashion at the core. Abdusattorov in green, Aronian's magenta bright. Carlsen's dark blue under the spotlight. Caruana's purple, Ding's ocean hue. Fiuja, Gukash, Kaimo with colors true.
Damn.
All right, Tanya?
That was
impressive.
Awesome.
I feel like Nicholas should go on because he is just such a maestro.
I feel like you stopped so soon, Nicholas.
Yeah. You just try to avoid going yourself.
I mean, I can't top that. After I had to start it because after what you just, the bars that you just spit out, that was amazing. So Sterling becomes our second finalist. That's 2 cards. We've got 1 more. And once again, so many of you sending in over 150, I believe, sending in the entries. 1 more finalist, 1 winner will be picked up by the winner of the freestyle chess. And with that, Magnus makes his decision on the board. He comes in with the rook to the central file. The 1 rook that was blocked by his own pawn also joins the party, brings the final piece into the most active square. So he is inviting Fabi to try and get that knight to a better square from d6.
Yes, now knight d6 is very natural. Rook d1 was the human move. I feel like this one that Niklas highlighted with bishop takes c4, d takes c4, and then knight d2. I really felt that something hit my heart, because after knight d, I was thinking like, how on earth can you even think about the move knight d2? And Niklas also, and what happens if black picks up that pawn on d4? You think like, okay, black is in perfect shape, and then we know already that if computer says knight d2 is a good move, then there is some devilish follow-up, and this knight c3 to e2, that's when your heart starts aching. Because when that knight gets to c4 and it lands on d6, you know exactly that that's it. That's going to be a deadly check. So it was a possibility, but first of all, black was not obliged to take on d4. But knowing that this is the grand final, white has the upper hand. Why would you change the character of the position? Yeah, from Magnus's point of view, this is so much more natural that just keep on putting the pressure. And with rook d1, maybe he's insisting that after knight d6, maybe I'm gonna enter with the queen to e5 and then follow it up with rook f6. I wouldn't be ruling out, but Tanya and also now Niklas backing you and the engine that f7, f5 is hanging in the air. Do I really have to worry about it?
And Fabi does go knight d6.
All right, yes. So, Tanya, we're getting closer and closer to your dream scenario of f5 happening. And it is certainly now a possibility. If I make any random move, let's say king b1, that makes some sense. f5 is coming, and there's also a square, watch out. For the knight on e4, you have ideas maybe to push the pawn forward to f4, and suddenly black is also getting some play. And I'm sure Fabiano would be quite happy about that, since most of the game he has been rather passive. So, Peter, you were raising the question, what about queen
but
e5?
Before my question, actually, Magnus has already made up his mind. He made a move.
He played the move knight c5. Yeah, just to point out, after queen e5, this queen could be immediately pushed back again with f6.
Knight on c7. So, let's just highlight that knight. Little sleeping monster
knight
protecting.
c7 protecting a pawn, f6, and then once the queen leaves, you could follow up with f5. Instead, Carlsen's playing knight c5 forward. And this might be the moment, where indeed Fabiano could play f5. I'm not saying that he's suddenly winning, but it would definitely be a change of the structure, and it would pose some questions. How do we respond to f5? I'm not completely sure. Are there some tactics? It doesn't seem like it. The knights perfectly protect these pawns on e6 and f5. And I feel like the action is heating up, and Tanya is definitely feeling it.
I want it on the board. I want f5 on the board, especially once you point out that e4 square. I don't care if Peter's queen lands on e5. After queen e5, I'm putting that knight on e4. Bring it on. Let's go, Fabi. f5. When you're worse, when you're feeling the pressure, you want to change the dynamics of the position.
Yes, and I felt like you were rapping kind of f7, f5. You are so much in groove with this. That was just fantastic. Well, what I want to highlight, actually now, forget about the board. Look at Magnus Carlsen's heart rate. The breaking news that he hit the 100 mark, which haven't really happened during the whole tournament, and it's constantly steady at 102. So
yeah, it feels like it's wrong maybe, yeah? It can't be.
I don't know, or this is Magnus Carlsen, yeah, who is, so stable no matter what, yeah? It's just insane, but it's like stuck for the last 10 minutes.
Can be.
And he mentioned that he just can't imagine playing chess with a high heart rate. Like, for him, it's just impossible. Your mind just shuts down. When we were talking about Fabi touching 170, 170? What is that? Against Levon Aronian? That's like reaching danger levels, Peter. And they say that chess is not a physical sport.
Well, it is. It is brutal. Yeah, there is so much tension going on. The players are investing so much nerves, and you feel with your positions. Yeah, this is the point. Yeah, that if you are completely winning, then you are relaxed. If you are completely lost, you are relaxed because you know exactly there is no hope. Yeah, but when there is tremendous tension, you are hoping that you might survive or you might win. Yeah, those are the scenarios when your heart rate is just goes crazy, especially with the blitz action. Yeah, when you have just a couple of seconds and you have to make decisive decisions, anything can happen with a 160, 170 heart rate.
My heart rate's going crazy right now. It's Fabi to play. He's about to reach out. Oh my gosh, Fabi, you've got to do it. This is the moment.
Yes.
Yes.
It's on the board.
Okay. Okay, this is
Finally.
this is it. Yeah, now or never was the moment. Yeah.
Shout out to everyone in chat who said F5 will happen on the board, but also, Peter, an ideal moment. Because take a look at that knight. It's done its rerouting from B6. It lands on the ideal square where E4 becomes a stronghold and you jump into it and won. And suddenly the queen on H6 also makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, protects also the E6 pawn. Yeah, the knight on C7 makes a lot of sense. Yeah, now F5 is a whole new story. And also Magnus has to react to a new reality. By the way, Fabiano's heart rate, I pushed F5, he's also 105, he's climbing, yeah? This F5 move had a devastating effect on Fabi because he feels that he gets some counterplay, yeah? That's why we talked about if nothing is happening, your heart rate does not explode, yeah? It's always connected with something, and F5 does change the structure.
It changes it and it asks a big question to Magnus. This is the big pawn chain, the H5 pawn, which is an outside passer. The queen, not a perfect defender, but if you can strike at the G4 square, the H5 pawn from becoming a strength can become a weakness, can become a big target for Fabi to actually go after. And whenever in chess terms we talk about a pawn chain, you always want to attack the base of that chain. In this case, G4, F5 on the board, and even if objectively, Peter, Magnus is still better, he keeps the pluses in the position, but he's got to find his way forward, and your move on the board.
Yeah, Queen E5 played, and the reason why I'm smiling is that we are shouting out that F7, F5, everything is changes, things are getting out of control, and Magnus's heart rate was actually going down to 77. Now he's climbing up again. Magnus is reacting to these kind of things completely differently. Yeah, he's keeping the calm. He looks at the position and tells us, guys, calm down. I still have it under control.
No one's calming down, Peter. This is freestyle chess. Look at the position. Well, right now there are 3 attacks on the E6 square. The rook and the queen and the knight lined up. Black needs to defend it. And again, the fact that this knight is on D6, I don't want to make a passive move trying to defend this pawn. I want to go forward with my knight to E4. What do you think, Nicholas, about the changes that we're seeing right now?
I love it, and the players must be really feeling the tension now because they both have about 20 minutes. It's a really complex position, and every decision you make can have a huge impact. And there are various moves available here for Black. Black could play the knight to E4, can play the knight to C4, and you really have to be careful. You could also play a move like F4, just to pawn this out, to fix the structure, to have a protected pass pawn yourself. Because if white takes on E6 now, you have the potential pin here of rook Fe8 lining up. And this also has to be calculated very, very carefully. White can support the knight. You can try to attack the knight already, leaving... No, this one was not the right move. Rook to D7. Okay, yes. Rook to D7, not bishop to D7. And now white has to, or can sacrifice the queen with knight takes c7. We're not going to go there. Just to show you what is possible here, I would expect some knight jump. Knight e4 or knight c4. Let's maybe have a look at knight c4.
But Nicholas, because this is a complex position, we will be coming back to it. But some breaking news in the Levon Aronian. Can you take us there?
Yes, there was a mate in one being threatened. And Nicholas, you have to break that down for us because the position has exploded.
Yeah, absolutely. Levon found some really strong moves. And let's get up to speed. So here's the check, e4. There's the mate in one threat, but the king is running away. The king is just running away, and this will not be enough of an attack here. So there is there some checkmate threat now? Maybe, I'm not even sure.
Can white queen? Let's take a look at what happens if you queen.
If white queens, then it would be
there is a mate.
There is a mating threat indeed. Check. Yeah. And take this, and now the rook and the queen surprisingly do deliver
yes,
checkmate
so bishop
here.
d2, yes.
Queen takes d3, king, queen b1 check, and yes, there will be a mate somewhere. Rook c1.
Oh, nice.
Okay, wow.
And queen d2.
All right, but no need for Levon to queen just yet. He can do something else. For example, he could make some space in this direction first, going bishop g5
And
check.
he did play something.
He takes on
He
e4.
takes on e4. This is also very good. Yes, he takes on e4.
Maybe he'll
what
take
a
on
spectacular move.
Queen e4, queen h1, and then queen.
Oh, he wants
Wow,
to.
professional.
He wants to take here, and you're saying he wants to take here. Yes, that would also win. Yes, that would be one way to do it. You don't even have to do that. You could also, after f takes e4, again give a check on g5 and then queen, because once you clear up this square, there is no mate anymore. Queen e1, king e3, and white is completely safe because the queen is also protecting this square on c1. So either way, many ways to finish it off, and Levon about to win this game and the match against Norbek Abdusattorov, Tanya.
And Norbek there, he knows that this is his final few moments in the Freestyle Chess Go Challenge. Rook takes pawn, very professionally done by Levon. He's not rushing with any kind of promotion ideas. He just wants to get rid of any checkmating threats that the queen and the rook have lined up. Norbek tried to create a chaos, but Levon kept it cool and calm.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I have never ever seen black lining up like this on the back rank, on the first rank, targeting white's king. Yeah, this is such a scary scenario, but with this beautiful, yeah, let's just bring back that rook to c4. Actually, it's a rook sacrifice instead of promoting to a queen, which suddenly results in a checkmate of the white king. He sacrifices the rook, make sure that everything is under control, and that's it. We can also see in Nodiazbek's face that he does not believe in any miracle here.
Yeah, I think he's just sort of accepting the reality of this position. You can't block the check with either of the pieces. If you go with bishop e5, white can even capture it with the rook, knight e5, and then you queen because the king is under check. Peter, just trying to look for ways that black can even keep the game going. If you sidestep with the king to f7, then do you have time to queen? Because I still have some checks on the back rank. And he takes a decision,
He takes
f
on
e4.
e4, yeah, because you also had queen d5.
Yes.
There were so many millions of checks actually, then the black's king is getting hunted down.
I'm expecting Levon to pick up the pawn and pick up the rook.
Yes, on the other hand, now that Niklas highlighted to us that, yeah, but of course, queen takes e4 a tempo. As a human player, you just want to eliminate any kind of danger. Knight e5 had to be played, activating the knight. And will Levon still be blitzing out his next move?
Two options, both are winning. He's got to calculate just a little bit if he does go for the queening option, and white is absolutely safe in that one, I believe.
No, now he has to take.
Oh, he's not. He has to take.
But he does.
Yeah, he
And
takes.
he does.
Yes.
And that's about 1 million pawns up on the board.
Yeah, thank you very much. No more mating threats. Yeah, in fact, black will only have one bishop b4 check, but then knight c3 or king c2, whatever you can do.
No checks.
Should
Takes.
win the game.
Queens. And
In
you
fact-
can do the math.
Yeah, it's too many pawns. Yeah.
And it's black's king that's under fire as well, with the dark squared bishop and the queen lining up. For Norbek, it's been a fantastic tournament. He's fought so well, Peter, in the round robin, 5.5 out of 7, undefeated in the rapid format of freestyle chess, taking the top spot, going on into the semi-finals, holding the first draw. He won his quarterfinals, goes on to the semis. First game ends in a draw. But this one, trouble from early on. And Levon gets the job done.
And it will mean
B4,
that we will
B5.
have 3 kings on the podium.
Yeah, what does that say about this format? That when it was fast, rapid time control, we saw the younger generation, the jacks, sort of ruling the tournament at the top of the leaderboard. And then you go into a classical format in Fischer Random, and then you've got the established elite, the experience showing their class.
Yeah, then suddenly it's a whole different game, that the finesses, the precision, making sure that your opponent doesn't get a chance to start the initiative. Yeah, and then the kings were suddenly dominating the brilliant youngsters. It just goes on to show how strong the kings are in reality. And it's all over. Yeah, we see that queen takes h1 is not even played, because Nodiebek knows exactly that it's over. Nicholas, do you have something to say or any hidden surprises, new plots?
No, I think Nodiebek is just coming to terms with the fact that these are his last moves, that he's going to lose this game, lose this match and end up in 4th place. Bit of a disappointment for him because he started so well, he won the round robin, he played a good match against Ding Liren, then he lost against Magnus and now he's losing against Levon. And the chance was yesterday, really. He had a winning position, he had a winning rook and game against Levon and Levon saved himself with a beautiful stalemate defense, saved the draw. And it feels like it's a similar storyline as in the match between Levon and Vincent, where also Vincent missed a chance and then was crushed with the black pieces, and the same can be said here. You can give a check or you cannot give a check. It really doesn't make any difference. And then white is up 4 pawns, and there is no attack. The black king is completely weak immediately. Well, queen b7 is not a threat yet, but if you move the queen somewhere, let's say queen e1, but it's not going to be enough. It can never be enough here. And maybe Nodiebek will play a few more moves.
Yeah, he gave the check.
He gave a check first. He takes on h1. All right, no harm in that. But Levon will win this one. Tanya.
Yes. Really nice technique there, and we're seeing these moves being played out. I think we have to move over to our championship fight as the clocks are ticking low in that one. Levon just needs to finish the job. He's done everything right. He's up 4 pawns, Peter. I think we can conclude this one. Nodiebek needs far more than a miracle to save it. Meanwhile, some decisions on the Fabi board, and it happened. We left it at queen e5, and perhaps you can just update us. Just a few moves have happened, I believe. A trade of knights.
Yes, and the trade of knights was apparently an unfortunate decision. So the players are speeding up. Fabiano only with 11 minutes on the clock for 17 moves. So a lot of moves still to be made with little time. And we left it after queen e5, knight e4 made sense, and now a very nice move by Magnus. He's just ignoring everything. He's ignoring f5, he's ignoring knight e4, and a5 he's grabbing some space and also maybe introducing some ideas with knight b5. And here a knight trade was the correct choice, but probably should have taken a knight on c5, open up the d file instead. Fabiano takes on c3 and you see the engine innovation reacts so strongly, it suddenly gives a winning advantage to white. B takes c3, and we see the idea of Fabi to take on g4 to release the tension to go for the pawn on h5. However, now white can immediately play bishop g6 or maybe play rook takes f8 first. Well, intuitively I would say, oh great, so let's just trade and play the bishop to g6, and this construction is maybe quite strong for white. And yes, black is up a pawn, but look at the white pieces. All of the white pieces so active, the knight, the bishop, the queen, the rook, whereas all the black pieces are passive, and that is making the black position so difficult. Fabi traded the one active piece he had, the knight on e4. He let go of this potential with the pawns, taking now on g4, and it is Magnus who is on the way to win this game and win the championship.
Yeah, and what I really like from white side, that look at this pawn structure. It does look like white has compromised his pawn structure. Yeah, and there is the resignation by Nodiebek Abdusattorov.
Levon Aronian finishes 3rd. He is the 2nd runner-up. What a tournament it's been. Levon with a shaky start. The round robin did not go the way he wanted, but he kept his optimism. He kept his good mood going, Peter. He would join every single day in the confessional booth. And at the end of it, it all pays off as he wins a really nice match against Nodiebek. This game was a masterpiece, starting from the opening, pushing that b-pawn at the right time, getting control of that long diagonal. He never gave Nodiebek a chance. Nodiebek trying everything, opening up the h-file, getting his bishop into the game. But eventually, Levon not only kept his king safe, but went hunting for Nodiebek's king, got the job done, and goes back home with $30,000.
Yes, and if we count together his games in the classical, then he has won all his white games in a very convincing fashion, 3 out of 3 against very strong players. So he should be very proud of himself and surviving always the scare with black. We talked about this, that Levon's style is such that when he gets the initiative going, he's so dangerous. So it's very difficult to stop him. And when he's black, then he's due to his adventurous style, he gets into trouble. He survived those games. And yeah, he has beaten Vincent Kaime, he has beaten Fabiano Caruana, and he has beaten Nodilbek Abdusattorov with the white pieces. Fantastic performance, congratulations. But coming back to Magnus Carlsen against Fabiano Caruana, I wanted to highlight that I'm loving this, that white has double pawns, because white's king on b2 will feel very secure, that bishop on this is a monster, and now we are finally reaching again the French structure. Black has this horrible bishop on c6. Imagine black would have a dark square bishop. We would be immediately saying that black is the one who can only be better. Yeah, that's all the problems are associated with this horrible French bishop on c6.
And that's exactly when Fabi had that knight on c4. Magnus did not trade his own bishop opening up, because right now the best thing for Fabi would be to take this pawn and keep it outside the board. But that's not possible. He doesn't play a pawn down, but he plays a bishop down. It's the French bishop, as we like to call it, with this pawn structure. Not even a bishop. That's a big pawn on the board right now. It's doing nothing at all. And Peter, meanwhile, it looks like the h-pawn will in fact stay alive. Once this rook is captured as the line that we were looking at, bishop g6 coming in, keeping this queen out of the game, keeping this pawn still intact. And it also depends what you take it with, because I don't believe that you can actually capture with the queen, Peter. Can white get greedy with the e6 pawn in that state?
Well, I don't know. So one needs to calculate already some endgames, yeah, direct endgames, because there is this queen here. But queen a3 check, then king d2. Yeah, whenever you give check from the other side, then king b2. If you give this check, king d2. I'm just loving the, look at this cemento. This is total cementovich. Yeah, pawn c2, c3, d4. Construction, we have nothing to worry about. And one thing I also hate from Fabi's side, that he has to burn time even for the thematic recapture on f8. He doesn't have time. He had like 11 minutes, he's already spending 3, and he still cannot make up his mind.
Because it's such an unpleasant decision. Look at this alternative. You take it with the rook, the bishop plants itself on g6. I'm defending h5. What's your queen doing here? You're not coming back to g7. Your e6 pawn is falling. My queen is also coming in with queen d6. If you were to defend bishop d7, I think might even lose on the spot to queen d6. I'm hitting your bishop. I'm eyeing that rook. Peter, it's just a very unpleasant recapture to actually make on the board. You want to take it with your queen, but you lose material. If you take it with your rook, you might be losing the game after bishop g6.
Yeah, no matter what you do, you are facing very serious consequences.
And it's a championship game.
Yeah. The title on the line, as they like to say. Magnus Carlsen still has 16 minutes in a very comfortable situation, because there are no threats against his. Look at this knight on c5, queen e5, bishop d3. The pawn structure beautifully protects, every single piece protects the other. Yeah, it's a perfect coordination. Real team spirit among white's pieces. And black's forces are completely isolated. Yeah, they don't work together.
There's no harmony. The queen on the edge of the board hasn't found any play throughout the game. The knight and the bishop in passive squares. Look at the way the pawns control the squares. The black bishop just behind his own pawn chain, not being able to do anything. The rook hasn't found itself on an open file. The queen hasn't found any activity. And this is just hopeless for black. And this game, this moment, Peter, is worth $20,000. The winner gets $60,000, while the runners-up goes back home with $40,000, and we see a decision on the board. He does decide, well, what he thought was a lesser evil. He says, I'm not going to play without my queen for the rest of the game. Take my pawn, but I want to get my queen active.
Yeah, and this also, it's the more natural human move, yeah, that you feel like if I'm going down, at least I want to activate that queen, but it looks bad. Can we? Also, I'm seeing that there is a big update that suddenly Gukesh is in a lot of trouble according to Evolution Bar. So knowing that that 5th place is so important, that gives you the direct qualification spot. So maybe let's just quickly bring that on, Nicholas.
And I think Nicholas will break it down for us.
Yeah, there was a very beautiful moment a few moves ago. So we're not going to go into all of it, but I want to show you this moment. So the knights are jumping around. There's a lot of tactics in the air. Just the last move by Fuchsia was knight to f3, hitting the rook. and inviting this pin along the f-file. But now Firouzja said, I don't even need to defend this knight. He could have taken on g3, that would have been perfectly fine, but he goes knight e3 and says, feel free to take my knight, I'm going to take back, and you cannot take on f3, you cannot take my queen because I bring the rook in and it is checkmate. So after knight e3 it's a double attack against both rooks. Here Gukesh had to play rook f2, a difficult move to make. Instead he went knight b5, and now he is actually in a lost position, and we should not forget he needs to win this game to come back and tie the match. Knight d5, some tactics here. Black cannot take because of queen takes g8, but the queen goes to d6. Everything is defended, and rook takes back on d1, and a simple king b8, stepping out of any knight e7 ideas. And, well, black is up in exchange. Yeah. And I wouldn't be surprised if Gukesh maybe offers a draw in this lost position, because there doesn't seem to be any hope really for him to win this game and tie the match. So Firouzja on the way to take the 5th spot. And the 5th spot is very important because Tanya, the 5th place, as the first 4, qualify to the next Freestyle Go Challenge.
And you can see it on Gukesh. He hates his position. It's definitely something that will be over soon for Alireza. If he offers a draw, it will be enough. But we've got to head back to our Magnus Fabi board, because Magnus has gone for tactics. We were looking at capturing the pawn immediately, and we're just going to bring that up on our analysis board. Peter, we left it lost after queen takes f8. We were looking at lines with knight e6, but Magnus says, I'm the endgame maestro. Boom! He sacrifices the queen temporarily, trading more pieces. Knight takes pawn comes in. You're forking the queen. He picks it up. And at first sight, it looks like the a4 pawn is hanging and it's weak, but look at the pawn on the other end of the board. Who's going to stop this from queening? Magnus doesn't even care about the a4 pawn. He says, take it. I'm going to queen my h pawn. h7 hasn't been played, but it's the move that I'm expecting. Peter, Magnus slows down. He sacrificed the pawn. The material right now, it's actually Fabi has an extra pawn, but this one, it can't even be called a pawn anymore. That's one massive pawn on the board, which will queen very soon. Rook h8, but how are you breaking that defense? I'm trying to find.
Yeah, well, if the rook ever reaches, honestly, my main reaction was also queen takes e7, because this is a very typical French kind of construction that the bishop on d3.
Can you just refresh, because I think we're just not getting that on our board.
What?
Just refresh the game on, yes.
Oh, everything is
Our
drawn.
analysis board isn't updating.
Ah, wow. Yeah, because in our case we see everything, but we hope that it will be resolved. I just want to highlight that this queen takes e7 was so natural, because this bishop on d3, this is a monster, yeah, connected with this h6 pawn, and when this pawn gets to h7 and that bishop from d3 protects the pawn, it means that white only needs to activate his rook, and if he activates his rook, gets to g8, then it's automatically game over. The reason why it's not that obvious is the rook.
This might be, it is a championship fight, and it might be over in a few moves.
Yeah, so actually Fabiano was not hunting that pawn to count the pawns. He had a clear purpose that he wants to challenge that monster bishop on d3 with a6, bishop b5, because if he could trade those bishops, then he can survive. But is he in time? It does seem to me like he is just missing one tempo. Nicholas, what is the correct evaluation?
Well, the computer is clearly saying that white is winning, so a6 now. Okay, let's have a look at this. Rook takes g5, bishop b5. This must be the idea, but in the end you will end up in a, I think, very bad rook endgame. So for example, rook takes, or let's maybe grab this bishop first, weaken the black structure. That makes a lot of sense. Now let's take on g4. Okay, the rook probably goes behind, but I would think that I just put my king on b2. I thought that was natural. I see why. I want to come up with the king, but I cannot go much further. There's always a check coming, so maybe I should go to the other side. So there are still some details for sure to be figured out.
He takes on g5.
He takes on g5, so we might be going down this route, but it seems like the black pawns are too weak here. And also I can even bring my pawn to h7 if I want to. So this should be a win, this rook endgame, but this must be the best hope for Fabi to go into this. Bishop b5 on the board.
Yeah, bishop b5. Magnus is taking his time. He still has 10 minutes. This is more than enough because this is a very clear endgame. I like what Nicholas highlighted, yeah, that to take on b5, making sure that black will not have an outside passer. Yeah, so after bishop b5, ab, we have double those pawns. Then we take the time to collect the g4 pawn and rook f1. Yes, it does seem like the only key move is that you have to get towards the center with your king, because it looked like king b2 just wins automatically, but no, there black can hope for something. And then with all this rook g6 check, then rook g7 check, h7, no matter that black's rook gets behind the pawn, white's king is just marching up the board, and it's a matter of time till black's position will fall apart. Well, it has already fallen apart, but when it completely collapses.
And the fact that Fabi is so calm, his heart rate at 85, it makes you feel like he understands this about the position. That against Magnus especially, there's no saving this one. We remember him in complicated position where you're playing for 3 results and there are chances. His heart rate is all over the place. But Magnus Carlsen, he is just showing his technique, showing his class right now. And it looks like he is about to win this one. It will be a rook pawn endgame. And again, it comes to that his initial decision, Peter, to create this H passer. That moment when he decided, and it was right here, right out of the opening, he took this very big critical decision to actually trade on g5 and something that we were not so sure about and create this H passer. And this was Magnus's vision, that in the endgame, just how strong and powerful this will be and how difficult it is for Fabi to actually get out of the mess that his pieces are in, given this French pawn structure that we have been highlighting. Magnus played it out to perfection. This is the live board currently. Bishop b5. Trying to find the most precise way forward. Do you think he's going to take on b5, or is he going to try to keep the bishops on the board?
Yes, well, this is the point that bishop f5. Again, we have some technical problem. Let me try to No, so let's focus on the live board. Yes. Yeah, exactly.
If we can actually zoom into even the players, and we've got our live board on the bottom right there. Yes. Ignore the analysis board, that's a position from earlier on in the game, but actually quite a critical one, because compare the live board. That pawn on h6, it started its journey right there on the analysis board.
Yeah, and okay, Magnus is taking his time because he feels that this bishop takes b5, ab, rook takes g4 should be a technical win. On the other hand, he might want to win on the spot, but keeping the bishop, then the g pawn still stays alive, and he goes for rook g6 check first. Okay, this means that he will trade the bishops, but he wanted to kick that black king back. It might just transpose.
Nicholas, what are the elements that perhaps Magnus needs to be careful about, watch out for? Do you see any chances for Fabi in this one?
Well, it must be connected to this rook endgame, which we are probably heading to. So the king will step back, let's say to c7. White is going to trade on b5, and a takes b5, and now rook takes g4. So let's go a little bit deeper into this. Check, rook back, and white can play rook g7 check, and I think putting a pawn on h7 makes a lot of sense. You have it so close to promoting, and now what you're just going to do is you're going to run up with the king. And so black has to go rook h3 to at least cut off the king, and now the king simply runs over. And I'm really wondering what black can do here. He has to somehow get counterplay with the king, but I don't really see it. The way forward for white is pretty clear. King runs to g2. The rook can never leave the h file because otherwise white can promote. And yeah, this seems to be a straightforward win. Am I missing anything here? Peter, what do you think? Is there any hidden resources?
Well, my instincts are also channeling the same feeling that, okay, it's lost. It's just hopelessly lost. I I think maybe Magnus is just enjoying the situation. Yeah, and he takes on b5. Of course, you destroy the pawn structure and you pick up the pawn. Then you put your pawn all the way to the 7th rank and it should be winning. But since you have the right
yeah, I have the right board
yes.
at least. So let's switch it over to me so we can have the action, because both players around 5 minutes on the clock right now. So not a lot of time left for 8 moves, but Magnus, of course, is very comfortable. There are no big decisions to be made.
Yeah, he captured
longer.
on g4.
He takes, the check comes. It's the line we're expecting now, just an important moment. Does the king step to d2 or b2? And he has to step to d2 so the king can approach the rook, which makes perfect sense. Magnus will do this 100%. He has done it already. The rook will go behind the pawn, and now it's really for choice. You can put the rook on g6. You can put the pawn on h7. I think he will put the pawn on h7. I don't see anything wrong with it. Rook g7 check. And the king has to go to c6. Otherwise, you're just going to drop another pawn. Yeah, what else to do? King c6. So maybe you can put me on a big screen, because this is still not the live position that we have there.
We've got the live position on the bottom right board.
Right, at least we have it on the bottom right.
Yeah, rook f2 check was given.
King d2, rook f2 check, another check. All right, is this some trick? Not really.
King d1.
All right, well, he says I can even put my king on d1. It doesn't really make a difference, because after rook h2, I will put my pawn on h7, and then it's the same thing. The king is running over, and what is black going to do in the meantime? The only thing that I see is somehow, well, let's just put it on the board, something like this, the king walking over, but also then king g1, and I can put my rook on b7. I can try to collect these pawns. It must be somehow connected in this direction, something like this, where black is dreaming to save the game. This is the position, rook h2 on the board, rook g7. We're going to go down this route, rook g7 check. Now the king will step up. It has to go to c6, otherwise I'm dropping this pawn immediately. So king c6, h7, and now, yeah, b6, it makes the most sense to me. b6, and then to try and activate the king via f5, something like this, but this cannot be enough, Peter.
Wow, but if black really is able to put up so much resistance, and I would come back to this rook f2 check, that was such a key defensive move, because that move kind of forced white back to the back rank. So after king e3, probably he would have had time to collect the c2
he wanted
pawn.
to take here, but even this would be also winning, because the pawn is so far advanced. But Magnus was like, he doesn't want to allow any kind of complications, so he just went king d1, and this should also be enough.
What's the move counter right now? We've got 4 moves to go.
Yes, we have 4 moves to go.
Fabi under 3 minutes, and a very difficult position to hold. Do you even hold this with an hour on the clock?
Yeah, that's well, do you believe that you can hold? That's another kind of question, but yeah, really, at least, the feeling is it should be borderline lost, but if we have time to go king c6, b6, and walk with the king over to the king side, there is some hope, but white's king is coming.
White's king is coming, so
but okay.
I have to. Okay, first of all, I have to play h7, of course.
Yes.
I have to protect
so
the pawn.
b6.
So b6, king e1, king d6. All right, and now king f1 makes sense. King e6, king g1. Put the rook somewhere.
h5.
Rook h5.
But then you can
far
go rook
away.
b7.
Then king f5. Then king f5, and with the king we will be cutting. Okay, this if we eliminate the h7 pawn, we are already fighting.
That's the hope that we can. Yeah, if we take the 2 pawns, it's actually a draw because the king is so active. But of course, white doesn't have to take immediately. But this is where the hope lies.
Yeah.
Somehow that you can hold this position, king f2, and somehow stop the white king from advancing.
Yeah, this king on f5, stopping white from reaching the g4. If white's the king gets to g4, then it's automatically over.
Let's go to our live board, our live position now.
Yes, of course. Let's go there. King c6, h7. So not much has happened.
Not much has happened, but Fabi's now under a minute and a half.
Yeah, and what else is he going to do? I mean, The only other idea that I see would be to
B4,
play
yeah.
B4, C takes B4 and then B6. This could
And
be
then
another
king
idea
B5,
to
yeah.
activate the
But
king.
I did not like it that after C3, Rook C7, you will beautifully protect both pawns.
Yeah, that's very, very well pointed out. The rook protects both pawns. The king walks over. No, this is just too easy for white. So
Yeah,
he
so
needs
this B6
to,
and then king marching
yes,
back towards it.
B6,
This is
king
the only
E1, and
chance.
he will go for king D6. And they will make time control. And we see the now
Wow,
he goes
plays
for B4
Okay,
after all.
this is then good news for Magnus, because then it's just straightforward, isn't it?
It should be straightforward. C takes B4, of course, will be played. King B5. And he wants to come in with the king via this route. Yeah, this is his hope somehow, that he can put a...
But okay, even I can give the B4 pawn, I can play Rook C7 instead of C3, just making sure that I cut your king, and then I
Like
start
this,
walking. Yeah, king F1, king G1, and we walk.
Yeah, even there's a potential C4, but okay, this looks already too
systematic.
murky, but king F1.
What? Computer is saying it's not over yet?
Well, I think it should be over.
It should be, because king G1 and then we are coming with the king, that's it. Everything is protected.
The king just starts stepping up with the black king too far. And I believe some decisions have been made, and we see the idea of the king marching forward, so takes and time control has been met, but it might be too late, because as we're talking about, the white king simply marches towards the black rook. Magnus doesn't give the c3 pawn, king f1, king g1, and then step by step you go g2, g3. I don't see how Fabi is now fighting this one. He's got the extra time on the clock, but nothing to play for.
Yeah, 2 extra pawns, and
Magnus is playing quickly too.
Yeah,
because it is obvious. The rook is defending everything. The rook has to be tied down to the h-file. And I think we're going to see resignation fairly soon, because there's really not much that Fabiano can do here. Both players have reached time control, at least. Tanya?
Yes, and let's point out that it's the bottom right board, which is the live board, as we see Fabi. You can see it on him, Peter. He knows that this endgame is all over, and he's facing Magnus Carlsen.
Yes, it's hopeless. It's straightforward. Yeah, there are no obstacles. Yeah, okay, king g1, rook goes back, king steps up. Yeah, all the moves are coming instantly by Magnus. It always signals that the player is completely confident that he is winning this automatically.
The rook has to stay connected to the h7 pawn, but then you lose control of keeping white's king on the back rank. And slowly but surely the king will march up. Black will have to play the move king to f4 to stop that king from going further on. And after king f4, you can even start targeting the d5 pawn. You can start with a check on f7, forcing black to take a decision, and then go after the d5 pawn as well.
I mean, you can do about anything here, it feels like. Yeah, giving a check. And you said if the king steps to g5 or g4 to even go after this pawn. Is that right?
Yes. But I don't know if you want to give up your h7 pawn,
No,
because
you
I
don't
really
need
want to
to.
hold on to it for as long as possible, but it's
Yeah.
hard for black to make moves. At some point, you will have to allow the white king to start stepping up.
Yes, it is
And we
just a matter
are
of
getting
time.
an update that it is over. Fabiano Caruana has resigned in this endgame. Impossible to save. Magnus Carlsen is the champion. He wins the Freestyle Chess Go Challenge in style. A shaky start in the round robin, struggling a little bit against the jacks, but Peter in the knockouts, in the classical, after that one loss against Ali Reza, Magnus was unstoppable.
Yeah, absolutely. And he also has won all his white games. Yeah, just like Levon Aronian. Incredible. Yeah, whenever they got the white pieces, one did not even really have the feeling that the opponents had a chance. Today, certainly, Fabiano got into a very unpleasant position right from the start. Magnus himself in the confessional booth revealed that this has gone like a dream in the first couple of moves. I'm not understanding what's going on. It looks way too good. And with a very nice performance, he seals this victory and becomes the champion.
The battle between world number 1 and world number 2 comes to an end. And it is Magnus Carlsen who does prevail in freestyle chess as well, in Fischer Random. And what an event it has been. What a fight it has been. And truly the two best players, the two best performers fighting it out in the finals. And I'm not talking just about the scorelines, but the kind of chess that they produced, the ideas that they produced in this format.
Yeah, okay, Magnus was really dominating the classical portion after bouncing back against Alireza. That was a scare. He could have been knocked out, and it was so nice to have him in our studio after that quarterfinal, and he revealed how much it means to him, yeah, that he is now completely satisfied that he can show what he's capable of, and he did deliver, going quite smoothly against Noribek Abdusattorov, and also this final against Fabiano Caruana, against none other than Fabiano Caruana. With the black pieces, he had a very comfortable game, and also in today's game, Fabiano never really had a chance.
Yeah, and it all started with this first move, G4, which he called a Polish opening. We're definitely going to ask Magnus about it. I think about now he is preparing to go to the studio, and we're going to have him here, and we can ask him about the first moves. But I was really impressed with several moments. First of all, this decision to change the pawn structure, to go for e takes d5, and then to transform the structure in this way, because even for Peter and me, and we're also grandmasters, this was not an obvious decision by any means, and Magnus played it confidently and showed why it was a good decision, because the black position was fairly passive, and then also these maneuvers here to play bishop e1, bishop g3, trade the bishops, allow black to go f5 later on, and just play it. Continue a4. What a move. a4 suddenly plays on the other side of the board, introducing some ideas with knight b5 and judging that he can give up a pawn momentarily and his position is so dominant. I mean, this was an absolute masterclass, guys.
I can't agree more with that. From start to finish, just making it impossible for Fabi to get a game after the setup that Fabi chose. That queen from h8 never found its way out.
Yeah, never. And if basically one would start analyzing the game, probably after g4, c6 should get the question mark. And the reason why it's a question mark, because the way how Magnus played, right? This is the impression that we are getting. Sensational stuff. Finally, this Polish turned into a French defense, a dream French with that lovely bishop on d3 against the bad bishop on c6 and the wonderful performance.
And we are being joined by the man of the moment, the champion himself. Magnus Carlsen is in the studio. Magnus, congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling really good. Obviously, yeah, feels awesome to win the event, and to also win in classical chess. Yeah, it's very good.
Magnus, also congratulations from me, of course. This was, I was just saying, a masterclass in a way. At least we felt this way. You're usually quite critical also of your own play, even if it's on the highest level. How did you feel about the game in total?
I thought I did a lot of good things in this game, but I also made like a couple of impulsive decisions that I didn't particularly like. But I was heavily helped from the fact that I think my position was just much better after two moves. And right. I mean, this can happen in freestyle chess, but it was a bit surprising to me because I didn't see like what would be the advantage of going c6 instead of castling, for instance. I guess he was thinking about whether I could start a queenside attack if he castled, but it seemed it seemed unrealistic. So I was just going to play something normal. So this was really that was really surprising, and I think after that. Position is just really good for me. He likes space, and he generally likes any sort of active prospect. So it's an absolute dream position from the opening. So I was heavily helped by that. I think the game got really complicated at some point, which is not quite necessary. But overall it was like from this point on, it was always very difficult for him, I think, at least practically speaking.
So Tanya was calling it the famous 5 here, lined up at all the pawns. And here you made a very interesting decision to transform the pawn structure. Could you take us through your thought process here?
Yeah, there were a couple of reasons. First of all, I wanted to weaken his king, since I felt that after the way I captured, that the C pawn capture was almost forced. So I thought like it would be useful to weaken his king a bit, especially with his queen way over there. But I did realize that it's positionally a little bit risky, but it just felt really good. Yeah, it felt like a good choice. Also, when I take, this pawn is an excellent decoy, so I thought I should have great tactical chances everywhere.
All right, so then the game progressed and...
Yeah, he fought back really well at some point. I think maybe I rushed a bit. Maybe here, I should have just gone knight a5, and I have no idea why I didn't do that. Okay, it's apparently a terrible move according to the engine.
Bishop e1 was good, actually,
yeah,
yes. No, I think this was
yeah,
all
okay, but
very well played.
I was very unhappy with having allowed knight c4. Now I felt that he had some chances to get back in the game. Although, like,
yeah, you
maybe
could have
this
taken,
just wins.
Yes,
yeah, and,
yes, knight e2 would have been strong.
And this queen e5 or
knight
no?
e2 actually instead of queen e5.
Knight e2. Damn backwards moves. Okay, yeah, I didn't see knight e2. Okay, that was the problem because I didn't find anything convincing after rook takes d4. Well, okay, yeah, that was a shame. Because what I played was not 100% clear. Just rook d1, knight d6, and then again knight c5 was a bit impulsive because I could also have gone for knight a5. Although, yeah. I mean, computer hates this on every move apparently. But
no, I think knight c5.
Yeah, knight c5
was still
no,
very
the thing about it is that I was sort of just thinking, I'm gonna go knight c5, and then I sort of like, and I'd actually missed knight e4. This is the thing. Like I was thinking like f5, queen e5, and I'm much better, but then knight e5 and then knight e4, and here I had the feeling that since he doesn't have a threat, like I'm still better, but it felt as though things were starting to slip for me a little bit, and I think my next move, at least from a practical point of view, was really, really good.
Also objectively, a4 is just...
So, yeah, I mean, the threat of knight b5 in several lines is difficult, and we were both getting like semi-short of time. So I wanted to give him a lot of choices, and it felt like by feeling that I'm still better, even if the situation is becoming complicated. And
he merely made the wrong choice, taking on c3. What were you expecting here?
I was not sure. Yeah, I was looking at the lines you were mentioning here. D4, knight b5. This, I don't know where the queen goes to h2 or something.
Rook takes c5.
Rook takes c5. I thought about rook e5 maybe.
I think the computer wants queen d6
probably
and then
not rook e3.
Queen d6 and
yeah,
then queen a3.
Queen d6.
Like
I also saw this line. And I mean, I thought I was better. Like I should be better with this queen out of play, and everything. And most of all, I thought there was absolutely no risk here. So that was the key thing. But yeah, clearly this was better because knight c3. This positionally just looks completely wrong.
Yeah, he took on c3. He traded pretty much his only active piece, then taking on g4. Rook takes f8.
Rook takes f8, and here he stopped because he realized that this
bishop g6 is just
that this is just
hopeless.
Yeah, I mean you don't need to look much at the position to see that black is busted. I thought of something like bishop here. I mean something like rook f1 should win, but I thought I could actually even play it like really, really slowly, like this. And he's just completely lost. I'm going to pick up g4, I'm going to pick up g5. His knight is terrible, and my king is actually really, really safe. So yeah, it's just lost.
So then in the rook endgame, there was nothing really much to write
No,
about, yeah?
no, I mean, he doesn't have to sack the
pawn. We were expecting maybe something like walking over with the king now, but it should also be lost. Yeah,
yeah, it's completely completely lost.
King e1, king e6, king f1.
I was thinking of maybe going here, just to be
precise.
Just to be precise, so the rook cannot be attacked. And now I go this way.
Rook h5 maybe.
Rook h5 maybe, king f2. And now at some point I'm just gonna bring the king over to the queen side and just
so you just bring it over here.
Yeah, I just bring it over here and grab his pawns. I mean, I thought that was the easiest anyway.
Yeah, that's pretty straightforward. Dominating win. And Tanya and Peter, questions for Magnus.
Magnus, today you called it the Polish, and we were trying to understand that. It's usually 1b4 in standard chess, is it?
Yeah, but the white king is on d1.
I told you.
Yes, Tanya was right.
So I felt that it was not really the grub. So I felt it was more the Polish.
And what about orangutan?
I wanted to write orangutan, but I didn't want to offend anybody.
Yeah, Peter was sad that you didn't write the orangutan. Magnus, what is the future of freestyle chess? How do you see this developing?
I think it's been a tremendously exciting event. There are no tiebreaks, right? So no. Yeah. So I think it's been a tremendously exciting event for at least for the players. I mean, to be honest, like I was a bit down after the first classical game, but after that, I feel like the format really works. We're basically thrown into an unfamiliar middle game from move one, where the price of a mistake can be incredibly high. So it's super challenging, but a lot of fun. And I've seen a lot of positive feedback from fans as well. So I just hope this continues. It was really a refreshing change of pace.
And you mentioned that you were watching the Levon-Fabi semifinals tiebreaks as a spectator. How is this different as a chess fan to watch?
The difference is that you know that people are never going to be able to sort of coast into a draw. And this means that every game is so exciting that you know that comebacks are very much possible. Like every time somebody is down, you know this is never going to be easy. And because the games are more demanding, you also see people getting tired and making mistakes. So it's really exciting.
And then you have these 10 minutes before the start of the game, and we saw these different dynamics. You had players discussing it, but we always saw you by yourself on the board.
Yeah, so at the start of the tournament, I was analyzing a bit with other players, and then at some point I felt that I felt that I was better off just thinking on my own.
And it worked to perfection. What are your celebration plans winning this one?
Well, I'm traveling early tomorrow morning, so I don't think there will be anything crazy, but I'll be sure to savor this for a bit. It feels really good.
Yeah, it's been awesome. And Magnus, before we let you go, I don't know if you heard about our freestyle rap challenge.
Don't worry.
Don't worry, we're not going to ask you to rap, although we've all heard you rap, and we know you're quite an expert on it. But we had incredible entries and people getting really creative. We shortlisted 3, and we'd like you to pick a winner.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. And can you read it out?
Syntax the Terrific. Oh, actually, Jan sent me this one. This one was really good. So I'm glad I picked a good one.
That's crazy, because I think his is called Magnus and Me.
Yeah, exactly.
Freestyle G.O.A.T.
That's awesome. So, Syntax the Terrific, Magnus picks you as the winner. Magnus, congratulations. This tournament has been so fun. Peter.
Yes, incredible. I mean, ever since the classical portion started, we could see that you are making perfect use of your clock situation. You were really getting into very deep into the essence of every single position. How do you feel that? Did you find the perfect harmony to handle the clock and the positions? Because we have seen other players rushing and making mistakes early on.
I still felt that I was sometimes making impulsive moves, but they were more like later in the game. I felt that, yeah, I was very happy with the way I handled the openings. I mean, it's too difficult, so you're never going to understand, but I did feel that I got quite deep into the positions, and I understood some things at least.
Yeah, and all of your wide games had been real masterpieces. Winning all your wide games, bouncing back against Alireza. So we have also seen you in a critical spot, and after here in the studio you were revealing that you are so happy you survived, now you are ready, and that's exactly what you delivered.
Yeah, it's a bit like in the World Cup where I was on the brink against Vincent, and you know, it sometimes happens that you're on the brink of elimination, and that's sort of the kick you need to come back. But yeah, it was a huge relief to survive that match, and I felt that in the last two matches I didn't have any pressure. I was just so happy to play.
That's awesome, Magnus. It was really an incredible tournament, and we look forward to seeing you more in freestyle chess.
I look so much forward to it as well, so I'm very excited.
What's next for you, by the way?
I will not play any tournaments for the next month until I play Grenke, so we'll see. You know, some vacation maybe.
Are you going to be watching a certain tournament?
No, when the candidate tournaments comes, I'll watch it as a chess fan, which I always do.
And Magnus, what's your prediction for the candidates? Who do you see taking that one?
You know, I think as you could see in this tournament, the old guys were having a moment at the end. So probably one of the older players. But it's always a great tournament to follow, especially second half. There's going to be mayhem because everybody needs to win a lot of games, and I think a lot of ups and downs will happen. So will be fun.
Yeah, we're all looking forward to that. And Magnus, enjoy the moment, and congratulations once again on this fantastic performance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Magnus Carlsen is the winner of the first ever Freestyle Chess Go Challenge, and we can expect a lot more of Fischer Random Freestyle Chess coming up. And Peter, I think we're all so excited about that.
Absolutely. Hearing Jans Büttner's vision of creating a tour coming up in 2025, that's such a great news. I'm loving it. We are certainly going to be back here in Weissenhaus next year. That's, I think, already kind of guaranteed. But it would be so nice, so cool to have a tour with freestyle chess. Everybody loves it. We have seen Magnus Carlsen so happy, but also so exhausted.
Yeah.
After that Alireza match. We have seen it all. I'm just such a big fan and feel privileged that we have been covering this all together.
And Peter, we did touch upon that. I remember when the match was on, we were talking about this deja vu from the Vincent match in the World Cup where Magnus came so close to being knocked out. And then once he got through that match, he was just on fire. He was unbeatable, untouchable.
Yeah, whenever he gets this feeling, yeah, that now I'm in, yeah, now I'm fully meaning business, then it's so difficult because he's so good. Yeah, Magnus has hardly any weaknesses. And what did he say there? That why he wanted to make sure that he bounces back against Alireza, because he, in his words, he didn't really show what he is capable of. Yeah, and then after bouncing back in the semifinals against Nodibek Abdusattorov and against Fabiano Caruana, it was all a one-man show. Magnus Carlsen was dominating both matches, and he's a truly deserving winner of this fantastic event.
Wow. And what an event it's been, Niklas. It's been so much fun calling out these press positions and having to think, even as commentators from the start, what's been your feeling and what's been your big highlight?
Yeah, absolutely right. Not talking about 20 moves of fury or some boring Berlin, the nightmare of any commentator. As Magnus said, there's no way to shut the game down here. You have a fresh position, you have to think from move one. There's nothing you can rely on except for your own mind, your own brain, your own calculation powers. And that's what I personally love so much about freestyle chess. It's unique, every game is different. We see new structures, we see new motives that we've never seen before. And it adds another dimension to chess, and I've been enjoying so much the action here, commentating with you guys, of course, as well. It's been a great pleasure, and I hope all you at home also enjoyed it very much.
Peter, it's always bittersweet when these tournaments finish. Nicholas, I couldn't agree more with you on that it's been so fun, and it just seemed to go so quickly as well. And this has been a first of its kind. We've commentated on so many events before, but having to really put our minds together to break down with chat, with our audience, just all the action that we're seeing, it's, I want to see more of this.
Yeah, it's such an emotional moment, yeah, that seeing freestyle chess, Fischer random chess in classical chess, and this is what was somehow missing before, yeah, that the freestyle chess, Fischer random deserves to have the classical time control. The players need the time to think right from the first move to get the perfect harmony, and Magnus had find this incredible, perfected this, that when do I spend time, how do I control the situation, how do I get the most out of this starting position, and I feel that this was one of the key factors that made Magnus winning, and afterwards, of course, whenever he got the good position, he was just unstoppable.
And chat, we've been having so many technical issues over the last 10 to 15 minutes. It's not been that easy on the studio. We apologize for all of that. But also, of course, Magnus winning it. And then Peter, he picked a winner for our freestyle rap challenge as we fix our technical issues.
Yes, and exactly the one that we missed though, because things heated up. We did not expect that everything will be over before the time trouble, right? It was just unimaginable, but all the games finished. Yeah, Magnus Carlsen just was too dominant, yeah? We were hoping for some big twist, but he never gave any chance to Fabi.
And the winner, Peter, was Syntax the Terrific. And Magnus mentioned that Jan, in fact, sent him that video and he watched it and he quite enjoyed it. I think it was Magnus and me, the G.O.A.T. Or it was a very cool freestyle.
Yeah, Magnus and I freestyle. At the end, yeah, at the end, it was great. It's all of them. That's why they were the top three, because all these finishers were just incredible. I'm feeling sorry for the others, but very happy for Syntax for winning.
Syntax the Terrific, you get the terrific freestyle chess playing cards limited edition with the signature of all the top 8 grandmasters who are here in Weissenhaus. We will get in touch with you on social media, and that prize will be coming your way. So well done on that. And a big shout out to all our 8 players, Peter, just the kind of creativity that they put on the board. It has been fantastic, and in just a few moments we're going to have the prize ceremony chat. So don't go anywhere as we're going to go live from our arena. But we're just going to take a quick short break, and we'd have to restart the stream is what I'm being told because of a lot of technical issues that we're having right now. But we'll be right back in just a few seconds. Peter, it's going to be a goodbye from us because we won't be back. So I think I'm going to first throw it to Nicholas for the very last time in the tournament. Nicholas, take it away.
Thank you, Tanya. It has been such a pleasure commentating and also hearing the players. So many times we had interviews here, players sharing their thoughts, and it's always so special to hear Magnus talking about his decisions, and you get actually a very direct look into his mind and what he's thinking. Why is he making this or that decision? Why is he changing the pawn structure? Why is he suddenly playing on the other side of the board, playing a4? And really this last game was, to my eyes, his most beautiful one in a positional sense. They really showed why so many do call him the GOAT, and I enjoyed it so much commentating with you, Tanya, and with you, Peter. I think we had a really good harmony, as Peter would say, the perfect harmony, a good mix of different personalities here, and I hope you guys all enjoyed it as well, and you'll be back for the next Freestyle Chess Go Challenge, which will definitely happen, and I'm looking forward to it so much. Tanya, back to you.
Chat, you will be back, and I'm being now updated that we'll be back as well in just a few seconds. And as promised, we are back indeed, but not for too long, chat, as we will have the closing ceremony in a few moments. It's getting ready. We can actually see all the action right here where the playing arena is. A lot of chess fans gathered in Weissen House. The beautiful stage is being set up, as we can see right there. The players getting ready to receive their prizes. It's Magnus Carlsen at the end of it who wins the $60,000. Peter, moving to you. Your closing words.
Well, a very big thank you to Weissen House hosting this lovely event. I just cannot imagine a better location, better setting. It was really like you had the calmness, the environment really required for freestyle chess so that the players are able to fully focus, enjoy every single moment of this wonderful event. We had lovely team effort. I just loved every second of it. Thank you, Nicholas. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, everyone, making this event so fascinating and so memorable for the players, for the fans out there. Everybody enjoyed it. We loved it. And we want to see more freestyle chess.
And that's what's coming up, as we will have the Grand Slam of freestyle chess in 2025 as Fisher Random Freestyle Chess goes global with 5 tournaments, not 4, Peter, but 5 tournaments spread across the world. It's going to be a new era for freestyle chess, and of course the GOAT will be back as well. It's been awesome, chat. It's been amazing chess, incredible action. Just the whole concept of everyone, chat, the players, the commentators, having to think from move number 1, the excitement of chess, it just feels like a fresh sport. We love it. We know you love it. Keep it coming because it encourages everyone to grow the sport. Peter, it's a goodbye from us. It's been an awesome pleasure to do this with you. Nicholas, why don't you join us? And cheers.
Yes.
Cheers, chat. We will see you soon from Weissen House. Cheers. And we will bring you the closing ceremony. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yo, I was raised on Botvinnik, trained on Lasker. Dominant, classical, super grand master. Name any time control. I can do it faster. Blindfolded, draw odds, outside passer, but they switched up the format. Back rank disaster. Move a wrong pawn, hang a rook right after. It's freestyle. 960 Fisher random. Your opening prep, immediately abandoned. Like ding. Magnus dressed him to be mean. Firouzja in the orange, Abdusattorov in the green. Tanya is the queen, but just a reminder, Leko's always neutral, never secretly for Kaima. I'm a chess rhymer, trying to be kinder. Bought David Howe's book, How to Be a Grinder. Gukesh is out, Caruana Little Hope, Magnus and me, freestyle go.
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Peter, up in the studio. I think none of us expected for this closing ceremony to be happening so soon, just like that. The tournament is suddenly over. All matches today were decided without a need for a playoff. But what an incredible tournament we witnessed. We really made history here in Weissenhaus with this first ever Freestyle Chess Go Challenge. Of course, thanks to our incredible players. Also thanks to Jan and Holly who welcomed us here to this beautiful resort. A couple of words quickly about the trophy. The winner's trophy will actually remain here in Weissenhaus, where it will find a very special home. It will be displayed with some other chess elements. The winner's name, Magnus Carlsen, will be engraved on the trophy as well. That's all I had to say for now, and I would like to welcome to the stage, please give him or give them a very warm round of applause, Honey and Jan-Henrik Büttner.
Thank you very much, Fiona. The shortest day of our whole tournament, and suddenly it's afternoon and we are all sitting or standing here. What an amazing tournament. I mean, I have used enough words of expressing the extraordinary success that we had. And first of all, let me say that this is, of course, my success and Holly's success and the players' success, but especially is the success of all the 200 people who have been constantly working here behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, to make all this happen. And to basically honor them, I would like to have on stage Nathalie Fischernagel, Frank Nagel, Sebastian Siebrecht, and Thorsten Hock. So as you of course all well know Sebastian, he is actually, as I learned, the tallest grandmaster in the world. So even I have to look up to him. And then of course Thorsten, Holly's father, who you all have seen a lot because he has put all this together in 11 weeks, the whole thing like this, in this incredible resort, which is led by my wonderful management couple, whom maybe you have not seen so far. It's Frank, our general manager, and his wife Natalie. And they are in charge, of course, of the hotel operations, and so that everything is fine with your rooms and the food and everything. So, and they are also joining us a little bit for this evening. They are always so humble. They don't want to sit with us at the table. Said, okay, we're going to make sure everything's fine. So maybe if the one or the other wants to talk to them, they will be available tonight. Thank you very much for your support. So, I will come again for some words at the end to talk about what's going on, but we would like to now come to the point that we honor and give all the prize money. And yes, it is real money. I personally ordered it by the bank, and it's a $20 bills because I thought if you would use them, it's the most easy small part to use. Of course, if you say, I don't want to carry $60,000 with me, you can give it all back to me or parts, and then I wire the rest to you, so no worries. So you can just take out as much as you want, take with you, and then I wire the rest. So, yeah, so it's real money. I'm guaranteeing for that. Yeah, so the first is I would like to welcome our world champion in traditional chess, Mr. Ding Liren. Liren, if you could, thank you very much. And I would, yeah, I wanted to say that we all basically suffered with you with this tournament that really didn't go as well for you at all. And we all wish you to regain your strength so that you are ready to defend your title at the end of the year. And that you are as strong as you have been before, and that this is just a little ditch on the way there. Thank you very much. Coming to our hometown boy, Vincent. Come up to the stage, please. Yeah, of course. Thank you very much. I'm very proud to have a local in Germany. Of course, it's a little bit further away than from here, but still, it's a German player, and it looked so well at the beginning, and we thought you would make it to the semi-final, and you would maybe challenge them much. In the end, you challenged Ding in the end for the 7th place, and so this is your prize money.
Thank you for
coming. Now I would like to welcome Mr. Gukesh up here, and thank you very much for coming. And I just spoke to your father. I hear that despite it only it's like the 6th place, you had a lot of fun here and you enjoyed it here. And as I said before, you are all champions and you all deserve to be in the final, but mathematically we can't have everybody in the final, so that's basically it. But thank you very much for being here and for taking part. Coming to Ali Reza, who not only beat Gukesh, congratulations for 5th place, and of course some more prize money. But in addition, he qualified for the next Freestyle G.O.A.T challenge that we're going to host, and I'm going to tell you more about that when we are at the end. But we are definitely going to welcome you again for the next G.O.A.T challenge. Thank you very much. Now the top player of our Jacks, he managed to become 4th place. And thank you very much, Nordebek. It's like I think you had a spectacular tournament in the beginning, and you were basically, like everybody said, wow, who can beat Nordebek in the beginning? And then it was all the kings coming through, and you battled very hard. So it's the 4th place, but it also qualifies for our next G.O.A.T challenge. So welcome next time, and thank you for being here, and here's your prize money. Now the top 3, all kings, established players. Number 3, Levon, come on. So congratulations. Congratulations. I'm so happy that you, in the beginning, everybody said, wow, Levon, I don't know, he's like very weak. And we were sitting at a dinner at that time. And he said, well, you know, I'm very strong. They just don't know it yet. So that is, and so they know it. And now they know, everybody knows that you are very strong and that you can beat all the Jacks and like nearly all the kings. There's one remaining. But congratulations, thank you very much for coming. Thank you so much. And of course, yeah. And of course, Levon, you are also qualified for the next G.O.A.T challenge. Of course, we're happy to have you back. And the only difference between, not the only, but one of the differences between us and Formula One is that please don't open it and spray around. Thank you very much. So now half of the prize money is going to 2 players. And it's not a secret who gets what. So just coming to Fabiano, thank you very much. And congratulations. You delivered, I think, with Levon, but in the end you had the upper hand. You delivered the most spectacular semi-final 2 days ago. And we were all like insanely looking at what's happened, and then he is sacrificing a rook, and then the next game another rook, and there it goes. And he's like, okay, he's still coming back. He won it. He went to the final, and we played, I think, until 7:30, 8 o'clock. And then what I love about our farm format also is like half an hour later, you were sitting with your friends and with Levon and his friends, and you were at the table and everything was easy and everybody was chilling. And I love this competition, very strong, but in the end, we're all friends. Thank you very much for coming. And you are, of course, receiving your prize money, and of course, you are qualified for the next G.O.A.T challenge. Thank you very much. Coming to our Magnus G.O.A.T, come on stage. I'm so happy, I'm so proud, and I'm so, congratulations. And I mean, what can be said about Magnus? It's like, it was a little bit the same like in the beginning. It's like, what's happening? We can't have Magnus not in the semi-final. It's just not possible. And then he said, oh yeah, I think you're right. I'm going to win some games. And then so Ali Reza had to suffer. Unfortunately, he lost like 3 times in a day. And then he made it through the semi-final. And then it's like, I haven't watched the game fully because I was so busy, but your father told me that it was a very, very high quality, high level game. So congratulations and thank you very much. And I'm not arguing about chess because I have no idea. You are interviewed by other people about that. I can just say, happy that you are here. I'm glad that we are continuing the journey. I'm telling more about that. And I'm really, really happy that you won the first G.O.A.T challenge against yourself, kind of everybody against yourself, and you are now the winner, and this is your prize money. And thank you very much, and thank you.
And Magnus,
there's
we wanted to
still some more
here, but we would like for you to say a few words, if you may.
Yes, okay, of course.
Yeah, first of all, thanks to Jan, thanks to Holly, thanks to everybody. This tournament has been a dream come true for me. And I would have said that, like, regardless of how the tournament had gone, but I felt that this whole tournament was a joy to play, and I think all the players really enjoyed this format, and will be eager to be back. So just joy to start from start to finish, and I cannot wait for the next one.
Right, then that's the right exact word that I can continue the next one. So I have been escalating everything in my life. The village, as you see, little hotel by the sea, studio, having the most beautiful studio, and now a little chess event turned into this. Now, escalating even more. Every day I had exciting, more news, and there's, as I said earlier, even more news that I can't share still. But that makes me so confident that I can now say that we will definitely have another event here in 1 year from now, in February. We just have to see about Magnus's. He will set the time like this time, so when it suits. If it's February again, it's fine. If it's another time, it's also fine. We are ready. We are happy. Frank and Natalie already say, okay, we made notes with all our team, what we can improve, if there's something to improve. And so definitely we'll welcome all of you back. We now know that 5 of the players who are playing. We're going to have 3 wildcards, which we will carefully decide, basically between Magnus and the whole team, about who we would like to invite. Maybe we invite some of you back. Maybe we invite other people. We already extended an invitation to Hikaru Nakamura, and it seems like he would have done this event as well, but he wanted to prepare differently for the candidates tournament. That's why he declined to come here. And so, but he has a standing invitation. So it's not really clear who will come in the end, but we'll clarify that in the next few months. And as I said, maybe this is the next, maybe another, because we are in serious discussion with players, and it may not chess players, but players in the market. And it may well be that we have 1 or even 2 events before that, but in this format, Freestyle Chess G.O.A.T Challenge on another continent, other partners, not in this resort. But then it would be the same 5 players would be qualified, and then we would play this tournament, and then we just have 1 additional rule, because next time 4th place will not qualify. So it's basically we only have 4 places plus Magnus. Of course, if Magnus is in the top 4, we have 4 new seats to give. And if we have only 3 places to give, we do that. So we make this a real, very narrow possibility to participate. Again, I make the analogy always like to Formula 1. There are only 20 cars, 20 seats, and so you have to get 1 seat and you have to prove yourself and you have to stay in, and otherwise you are replaced by somebody else. So we're gonna do that. So now I said my minimum goal, as I said, not even goal, is like it's gonna happen, to have another tournament here. But if all of my craziness and ideas come through and we're gonna manage that, actually Holly and I will take a trip. We thought we'd go back to South Africa and chill like for 3 weeks. Now we're gonna have serious business meetings as early as Monday. So we're gonna fly out on Monday to some locations. I don't tell you right now because maybe you will then know what's going on. But so we are going to do that. And if we are managing that, then I can just tell you my dream, my goal. And then, you know, this was my dream and my goal, and we put it together in 11 weeks. So you can be pretty sure that I'm doing everything to. So my dream is a Grand Slam of Freestyle Chess G.O.A.T Challenge on 5 continents. So 5 times a year, one of those tournaments, with these rules that I apply, with 5 times the prize money, okay? So we're gonna 5 for the prize money, so that we have each tournament $1 million prize money. So the winner would take 300,000, 8th place would get 40,000. So that's my goal, and I'm gonna negotiate with that with all kinds of players, so that we have a. Yeah. So that's what I'm going to work on, and I don't know what you're going to work on, but before you start to work, it's time for tonight. We're going to have the last dinner, the champions dinner in the Boats House again, and in addition to our normal stuff, like in the beginning we had our wonderful magician, today we have 2 other important additions. We have the best DJ that we can find that we used for our wedding and for our studio opening party. Gideon, he will come tonight. He's playing amazing music. And we have our very good friends, Leo, and he's coming with his girlfriend, and they have been together for a long time. She even did her education here in Weissenhaus, and they have founded a cocktail company, and they can make the most amazing cocktails. So you can just try out, we can see what it is, so you can talk to them. Then we invited also, like after the dinner, some other friends of ours, so there will be a lot. Then we invited the whole team. So I mean, I know that, for example, Liren is flying out like 7 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, so I'm sure that he's gonna be early in bed. So if, you know, as with me, for the players, no obligation, you can all go to bed or whatever, or fly home, or party with us. And this is my last word, and I thank you very much for everything, and I couldn't be more proud, I couldn't be more happy to see all of these faces, and thank you for wearing my jackets and everything. So yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jan and Holly. Please give them a very warm round of applause. There is one final thank you, because the show is still live, but our commentators are here in the room. So I would like you to please give a warm round of applause to Tanya, to Peter, and to Niklas, who carried this show this whole time. Also to our producers who made all the magic happen behind the scene. And last but not least, to all the viewers at home, all of you who followed us throughout this week. It's been really spectacular. And Jan, I think you are going to come back, and we're also going to invite Magnus back to ring the gong in a second to officially close this.
Yes, it makes very, very well sense, because I was just asked by all the media and so on that we would like to have a group picture of all the players up here. So maybe you can leave your money, safe, no worry, and you can leave the champagne, and then all come here, and then you can arrange the group.
First Magnus will just ring the gong to close the tournament, and then we will take all the
perfect. First he closes the tournament officially. All right.
Like this?
Yeah, take it. You can take it off the thing.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
From the front. And I think that concludes the live show once again. Thank you very much. And we're going to have a media moment now. Thank
Yes,
you.
please. Okay.
Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana. An endgame nobody wants to miss out. Their duel is probably the most thrilling match of the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Time Challenge in Weissenhaus.
First of all, this is the very first classical tournament Freestyle chess, so there's a lot of prestige on the line. At the same time, there are also huge prizes. They're fighting for a first prize of $60,000. The winner's name will be also engraved in the winner's trophy.
Also at the tournament are the chessboxing champion Refik Latifi and his colleague Denno Probst from Chessboxing Cologne. They are in Weissenhaus to follow the finals and to practice their sport with the grandmasters of chess.
It was of course special for us to meet all the grandmasters of chess here on this event because it's very unique to see them, to even talk to them after the games, and it's great.
Fabiano Caruana is the perfect player to win freestyle chess due to his strong analyzing skills and curiosity. Magnus, on the other side, is known for his insatiable competitive spirit and dominance in all chess formats. Today, the two grandmasters are playing to a draw. Despite this, Fabiano Caruana remains optimistic about winning the finals.
I think the final could have been anyone at some point. I mean, I was definitely losing the match to Levon and had to come back, and also Magnus was losing the match against Alireza. But I guess that we've shown consistency somewhat, not all the time, but at the critical moments we've probably been the most consistent.
Magnus Carlsen is, however, not an easy opponent and is surely able to surprise Fabiano during the endgame. Stay tuned and find out who the ultimate winner of the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Time Challenge in Weissenhaus will be.